AP.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly settle down. Upstage. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly settle down as we are about to begin the safety briefing from the hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin in a few moments from now. May I please request you to be seated so that we can begin our safety briefing. Can we start the video, please, for the safety briefing?
And Mumbai. Allow me to brief you about the safety procedures and guidelines of our banquet venue. We are at the ballroom, which is located at banquet level B. Please note that we have demarked fire exits to ensure smooth evacuation. Be kindly informed that the entire hotel is well equipped with fire safety installations. There is no drill planned for today. In case an emergency is raised, kindly consider it to be an original one. In an unlikely event of an emergency, please do not panic. Kindly follow the instructions of the hotel staff assisting you, as they are well trained to face all emergency situations. In case of medical emergency, we have first aid available in the hotel along with certified first aiders. We also have doctor available on call if required. Kindly refrain from leaving any personal belonging unattended in the hotel premise. We assure you of the highest standards of safety and wish you a pleasant day ahead. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. May I please request you to settle down as we are about to begin the session.
सेफ्टी ब्रीफिंग, तब सब लोग बैठेंगे। पहले सेफ्टी ब्रीफिंग
हो
आएगा ना,
हो गया
हो गया अभी हुआ अच्छा ठीक है सो यू जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर देम टू इंट्रोड्यूस नाउ दैट्स इट अभी हुआ सेफ्टी ब्रीफिंग मेरे को पता भी नहीं था
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you to kindly be seated as we are about to begin today's proceedings.
Hello. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. May I please request you to kindly be seated.
Hold.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bini Advani, and I would like to welcome you to the second day of the South Central Asia Drilling Technology Conference and Exhibition. This conference is organized by IADC South Central Asia chapter under the aegis of International Association of Drilling Contractors, Houston. It wonderfully coincides with the 25th years of the start of your chapter, one of the most vibrant and active chapters globally. So let's give a huge round of applause for these glorious 25 years. I'm sure in the first day of the Silver Jubilee 37 Technology Conference, you experienced the pulse, some critical, important, and interesting insights on the theme with ESG way forward in the drilling industry. Where the ONG market is heading to, smarter technologies, and most importantly, what the drillers think of the future through an interesting panel discussion from the stalwarts of our industry. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a small detour from the format. We are all enthused and excited to have with us our dear IADC SEA Chapter Chairman, Mr. O.P. Singh with us. After finishing his official operational exigencies yesterday, he has flown out specially to be with us in person. So let's give him a huge round of applause. We also have in our midst our guest of honor for today, Ms. Sushma Rawat, Director Exploration ONGC. Let's give her a huge welcome as well. We start our second day's first session with yet another panel discussion, an important and critical element of our oil and gas industry that has significantly evolved in recent years, and it still continues. Diversity and inclusion, breaking barriers. Women today are on the front line of the energy transition. We make up 22% of the workforce in the oil and gas industry. As the oil and gas sector moves forward a smarter and sustainable future, let's hear how these leaders are shaping the future of energy and the impact they bring on the ongoing energy transition. I would like to first call on stage our chairperson for the session, none other than Sushma Rawat, serving as a Director Exploration at the Energy Maharatna ONGC. Ms. Sushma Rawat brings forth 33 years of illustrious experience in exploration. She holds position on boards of OTPCL and ONGC, Petro Editions Limited, with a diverse professional background, including her role as Executive Director, Basin Manager, and OSD Exploration. She adds a wealth of industry expertise to ONGC's exploration strategies. A postgraduate degree in geology, she has done an international certificate program in business management at the ASCI Hyderabad and the Faculty of Economic University of Ljubljana, Slovenia. An avid geologist, she organized numerous geological field workshops on modern deltas in Kakinad and lots of other things. She has been a founding member of various geotechnical societies. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause. We also have with us our session moderator, Ms. Dipti Thakre, HR lead, Weatherford. Let's give her a huge round of applause as well. We have with us our panel members. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear as I call out each one of them. Dr. Subrata Gogoi, Professor and Head, Department of Petroleum Technology, the Burgar University, Assam, India. Let's hear it for her. Ms. Suparna Singh, Head Corporate Strategy, Special Project Larsen & Toubro. Ms. Kopal Agarwal, Chief Procurement Officer, Hindalco Industry Limited. Let's have a huge round of applause for her as well. Ms. Pamela Cordova, Principal Research Analyst with Petrodata S&P Global Commodity Insight. Ms. Purvi Shukla, Technical Solutions Lead Production and Process Schlumberger. And we also have with us Ms. Sonia Malik, who's an account manager for digital and integration of SLB. Over to you, ladies.
Good morning, everybody. I'm so honored to be moderating this session under the guidance of Sushma Madam. She has been a source of inspiration for all of us, as we know. And we have this diverse and vibrant panel today, as you see. And I'm going to expect a lot of insight and wisdom from them because they've all been successful in their journeys and they have reached a leadership position and a milestone in their careers. And I hope that Madam can guide us through on this difficult topic of diversity and inclusion for the industry. And with that, I would like to hand over to Ma'am to say a few words and talk to us about her insights on inclusion. Over to you, Ma'am.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all the, the members, the organizers, the invited people, and my, the panel which I have here today morning. First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me an opportunity to come and interact with you, I would say. And there are so many things that we are going to talk about today. When I was first approached, of course, I'm a person who's got a lot of curiosity. So when I was invited, I said, yes, let me interact. At the outset, let me say that for me, the topic which is given, it is much more than what some of you would understand. It's about diversity and inclusivity. The Director TNFS is here. Namaskar, sir. So it's about breaking barriers. Namaskar, sir. I do not know. I'll start a little unconventionally, I would say. For me, diversity. Now look at the industry we are in. It's the exploration and production in which drilling is there. The industry itself is a diverse industry. I'll start with, when we do exploration. I'm heading exploration, but there are 7 disciplines which are within exploration. It's not only geology, it is about petrophysics, it's about geophysics, it is about geochemistry, it is about reservoir, it is about programming, it's about biostratigraphy, it is about the mathematical modelings or the my discipline itself is a diverse, and we are all going inclusive in it. If I ask you, we come from different parts of the country, different parts of the world, different universities. So again, there is a diversity there. It is not only the diversity, there and here. It's a diversity amongst you. But still, we have been going, and I am more than 3 decades old in the industry. We go together as a team. So I look at diversity, and of course, there is inclusivity. When you work in a team, there has to be inclusivity in it. And again, I would say breaking barriers in terms of technology, in terms of looking at new frontiers, finding something which can bring value to the nation, bring value to the society. We are breaking barriers there. So for an explorer, today it is the earth or the country which we are exploring. And yes, in the conventional way, we were looking for oil and gas. But in today's world, we are breaking barriers, looking into geothermal. We are breaking barriers into trying to bring value through the abandoned wells in terms of extraction of lithium. We are breaking barriers in terms of, doing carbon capture, reducing our carbon footprints, utilizing these wells and these reservoirs for our carbon capture and sequestration. So I look at diversity and inclusivity. In that sense, the panel, panel I have, we are all from different industry, from a chemical engineer to people who've studied market to engineers over here. So I think we would start there, and I would be more interested in listening to what they have to offer, and of course, then we can just carry on from there.
Yes.
And let the story begin.
Yeah. So if we could start with Subhrata ma'am, as we were chatting last night, all these women here have interesting stories of how they reached where they are here today, and some of the challenges that they have faced, where we can gain some insights from it. Ma'am, if you could share your story. It's switched on. It's on.
Hello, good morning to everyone. I am from Dibrugarh University, the Rural University of India, the easternmost university. It's just near to Myanmar. So in that, and I belong to Dibrugarh as well. Having said, Dipti has told me to tell about my upbringing in that rural area. So we belong to a family of 9 siblings, and I'm the 4th in the family, and 7 daughters and 2 sons. Sons are the twin-ones, and they are the last ones. And then the 4th one, and during 12th class passing, I was enrolled in medical science in Dibrugarh itself, but I was very much interested in mathematics, so I wanted to pursue my career in engineering. So I need to go to Guwahati, which is, I need to go to Guwahati, which is a one-night journey from my place. So in that case, my parents were opposing me because my senior sisters, they have taken up medical science as a profession. So as my elder sister she is retired now as the director of Central Silk Board. And then I have to force my parents to allow me to go to Guwahati to pursue my chemical engineering. That was a breakthrough in the family. And after that, my younger sisters also had got the chance to go to Delhi and other places of India to pursue their career. Henceforth, we all did our careers in that way. And as a profession, I was earlier enrolled in Bongaigaon Refineries and Petrochemicals Limited, where I gave birth to my daughter, and I was facing too many problems there. And whatever I have seen is that the women are actually not helping us. It is the man force who actually helps us in certain cases. And later on, when I joined Dibrugarh University as an assistant professor in 1994, during that tenure, I had a lady professor who was quite senior to me, and none was helping me because I was having my sibling, I was having my children during that time, 2 children, and my husband was also posted in global areas in Libya, and then he was posted in Gabon during those places where, then in that way I have to face too many problems, but still I try to continue, and I did my post-graduation and my PhD with the intent that I have to continue my work. And later on, when I got the first award from the US Emily, the US project, the Canadian project, the University of Edinburgh also recognized me. And in that way, I tried to pursue myself the career advancement. And after that, what happened? My faculty members, especially the female faculty members, they have followed my footsteps, and they are now in my line. That is the breakthrough in me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You can go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Today we are talking about the diversity, the inclusion in the industry, across the industries, not only the oil and gas. So for me, diversity is very important, inclusion is very important, but to grow in your life, whether it is personal or professional, you should have some very strong belief system. And what I had in my life is that if anybody can do it across the industries, if any female is achieving anything in life, I can do it as well. I have that competitiveness. I am confident enough to achieve that. And that really, really helps me in my early stage of the career as well, where I achieved whatever I am as of now. For me, when you're saying the diversity is not only the diversity of the gender, I believe the diversity across the competencies that we have. We should be diverse enough to have a different kind of the competencies on the table, where everybody will put their perspective, different perspective, whether it will be a cultural or maybe how good you are technically, maybe your decision-making power is very strong or something else. It can be very different for individual. So that is the diversity that I look forward. Just giving an example, last week I was just reading a newspaper, and I read that in Tamil Nadu, there was a factory set it up for the Ola EV vehicles. And the factory was run by the whole female employees. So this is not a diversity for me. I don't look forward to any extreme conditions where, the people are praising about the factory is run by the whole group of the females only. What I believe is that we should include everybody. We should not go any extreme level of the diversity just to, keep the female, pushing female, and this is not for me where we should go in that direction. Let's have the equity instead of having the equality, because the strength that we have is much different than the male can have in an organization. And if you look here in the dais itself, we are all female, but the kind of the competency, the experience that we are bringing down here is very different. If I look forward to the experience of any female across the industries, we don't have to go far away. There is no dearth of the experience. The women are leading in the industries very well, and we have a great example of the Sushma ma'am leading the ONGC the way she wants to. I mean, she is bringing her perspective on the table and bringing a lot of good decisions in oil and gas. So for me, equity is more important than equality. We might need different tools to achieve something. We don't face the similar challenge while growing, right? So a male can need a different tool to grow. The female needs a different tool to support her for her growth or to contribute her growth. So this is what I look forward, and the rest, we are all here and we are doing so well.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for your insights. Hi, Kopal. Kopal, everybody knows you. If you could share some of the challenges you've faced, what kind of opportunities you've seen in the industry.
So thank you, everybody. It's great to be back here. So I started my journey in oil and gas about 20 years back, and I worked with Schlumberger outside India first on the oil rigs. So my journey started there. The first challenge that I faced was that when I was working in Southeast Asia, very soon, the company also realized, and I also realized, that it was very difficult to place women on the rig. And there was a lot of pushback. I would get very few jobs to go on the rig. And soon I came back to India. And I can say that, there have been very different experiences. When I came here, I actually started working in ONGC's Assam rigs. I can't tell you the situation the rigs were in at that point of time. But it was not about that. It was about the support that, everybody was willing to give at each point of time. At the rig, on the ONGC Assam rig, where there were no toilets at all, I mean, at least for women, there were people and there were company men who were very willing and very forward, actually, who would come and say, come and use my facilities. Come. I mean, there were people who were always around to help you make your journey a little bit smoother. I found the same when I came, when I was working for, say, Reliance here, as in Reliance was my client. And I was a part of two diverse groups. I was young and I was, female. At that point of time, supporting extremely difficult wells, I was a drilling engineer, and I was thinking that, I will have no acceptability. But I was very surprised that it was just not that. It was truly what you brought to the table, which was being seen across Reliance, across ONGC, and that really shaped my career because I felt confident. I go by the belief that Sonia talks about, that I think I can do whatever anybody else can do. So with that belief in my heart, I think I could do a lot. Again, IADC gave me this opportunity 10 years back to coordinate this conference, and that conference itself gave me so many connects around the table that I truly cherish even today.
Thank you. Thank you, Kopal. Pamela, if you could share some of the insights that you were talking about last night about your journey.
Thank you. So for me, the experiences have been a little bit different from many in the room. I joined the industry in very diverse societies already in our corporate world. But I quickly realized as I started to join events like this, how much more diversity we need in the industry. It was not so much in my team where I already had a lot of diversity, but it was more in the industry events and in the interactions with my customers, which were mostly male. And events like this, that I was one of the few, if not sometimes the only female in the room. And sometimes I can say it did give me advantages, but sometimes it was also very intimidating and not always easy. So I'm glad that these things are being raised now, and I look forward to having more female in the industry who can join us and not having to have those things in mind, but those issues shouldn't exist if we were more equal. And also another experience that I had that shaped me is in one of the industry events, I met one of the first female rig manager I think in the world, and if not in the Western world. And it was really inspiring, but I realized I was a bit surprised of how uncommon that was. Because all my life I never thought that would be a challenge, but then when I was in the industry talking with her, I realized, wow, we really need much more women, because obviously we can do the same work with the same skills, but it's maybe the opportunities are not there. And as has been mentioned, the support or the tools that women need to get there has to be a little bit different between male and female, but everyone can reach there if we have the mind to do it. And as well, when some of the challenges I have faced is sometimes comments given because of my gender instead of my skills. And when I started to, at first, it started to shape me, but then when I realized that's not the case, I am where I am because of my skills, not gender. It really helped me to develop better my confidence and realizing what I can do because of my skills and not my gender. So yeah, I think we share similar experiences, and I'm really excited to be here and looking forward to more of what can be done to have more female in our industry. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Pamela. Over to you, Suparna. If you could talk about your journey with us and share some insights.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. I started my journey. I was born in Kolkata. And being one of two daughters, we grew up not knowing what was not possible. So after engineering with several jobs in my pocket, I chose to join a steel industry and to be a part of the maintenance workforce because I thought that is where you can really apply your engineering skills and learn more than apply. It was at that point in time where I was wanting to learn. And then you land up in a steel plant, there's a blast furnace, there's SMS, there are so many other, and the first thing was like, what's the big deal? It's like a big kitchen. And then you realize that, there was no preparation in a sense of the physical environment because there was no washroom even for the ladies who joined. And in my batch, there was several decades back, we were hardly 2 to 3 on the shop floor. From there, we, rather than being just one amongst several thousands, to be counted was a journey in itself, where you understood that it's about hard work and about having a faith in few individuals who merit, give the merit its importance and not to the gender, and to understand the difficulties that women face and yet live up to more than the standards that is expected. And I think trying to achieve that sense of perfection and that inner satisfaction has been hugely, a learning experience for me. And I feel privileged to be a part of a community and of men who really wanted also to change and took the decisions to have us on the shop floor. And of course, after that, a lot of journey took me to various places. Maybe we can come to that later on. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you for sharing that, Suparna. Purvi, our youngest, most wise, I would say, on the panel, if you would share your journey and insights with us.
Thank you, Deepthi, and thank you so much, everyone. At first, I feel fortunate, to be here in the esteemed panel of all the different diverse group, not only this side, but also that side of our tables, right? And as I start, I started my journey with ISM Dhanbad as a petroleum engineer. And if I go back to 12 years right now, I was among 3 girls in 100 boys, okay? And this is something which is always reminded. However, I was among 3 in the top 3 in ranking. That is something I want to remember, right? And as I entered SLB, first of all, again, I was very fortunate to join this era where these leaders have actually reduced the hardship. Right now, we are ready to talk about diversity, inclusion. But for me, as a personal take, the first thing is breaking your own barrier. First of all, you need to feel that you are competent enough. You need to work on your skills. First of all, the basic is your technical expertise, particularly, I'm a technical production engineer, right, in Schlumberger. So first thing is the technical expertise. Second, once you have your expertise, you need to break your own barrier. You need to be confident, you need to be vocal, and once you get that confidence, bases your pillars, the strongest foundation, your knowledge, right, to be vocal about it. And third, the most important thing about the industry, what I see and what I represent as a young professional, is to not take something as opportunity to be a gender. Like just because of a female getting opportunity is not the right word for diversity and inclusion. But in my opinion, it is getting the equal opportunities to prove your technical expertise at various platforms. And this is something we'll not get only from women, but also from the men, right? And they are more supportive, and that's why I represent the young professionals, and I really want to through this platform, thank all of you, to be diverse and accepting the inclusivity, the culture in the industry. And we are fortunate to be the young professional females in this industry. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Purvi. So I'm sure all of us have faced some kind of biases in our professional career as well as personal lives. If you're comfortable to share any such experience, including you, ma'am, like that you were facing a bias, you took a stand and that changed a business decision maybe, and for the benefit of the company or people. If any examples, yeah, please take it.
When we are talking about the biasness, I mean, I'm not saying this is the conscious biasness. Sometimes unconsciously, people decide themselves whether we want something or not at that particular stage of life or point of career. I can share one example with me. When I was expecting my first child, I have only one. So that time, when I told this to my manager, he himself thinks that I cannot go to the rig, I cannot do this, and I need this and that. So he was very protective about me. That was his kind nature. But he never asked me for that, whether I really need it or not. So I took that stance. I went to him and I asked him, I told him that, look, I'm okay. I'm physically completely fine. I can do it. And I took that stand that I will go to the rig, I'll complete my trainings, all the trainings, whatever is required for my promotion. Because of this pregnancy, I don't want to hold back, and I don't want to delay my promotions and the growth, for a year or 2 years. And he was so supportive. He agreed, he understood. And he told me, go ahead and do whatever you want to do it, and I did it. So that's
Is there, still the unconscious bias is there. I'll talk about when I was on the steel plant, and I'm talking about the beginning of my career. The bias came even from the juniors. When I was leading a team of non-executives, diploma engineers, and they would say that, Didi, aap baithiye, chai pijiye, we will solve the breakdown and we'll come back. And I had to make a plea to say that, no, I'll also come with you, because for me that was a learning opportunity. And of course, the biases when I was leading a business unit, and you have and the first day when I was to meet with the union leader, and he came in and he thought that, that was his time to, to have whatever he wanted. And it went, we met very amicably. But over a period of time, he realized that the smile did not mean that whatever he said was yes. Smile meant that I was listening to him with empathy, but then the decision will be what was needed to be taken. So the biases are there, I think, all around us. It's how we sort of shape it and contour it to the needs of the organization. I think we need
Absolutely. Thanks so much for sharing that.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I have seen this type of biasness in case of my students. My students are mostly recruited through campus in oil and ONGC. During the recruitment, the female students, they are interested in drilling, but none of them are taken for drilling. So that's the thing. And I have seen in Russia and some other places, the female students, they also join the drilling department. But our students are only taken for reservoir production. And so they used to tell me, ma'am, I'm interested in drilling. Why don't they recruit me in drilling? Most of the female, that's the point I would like to ask the exploration group of drilling here. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I'm sure ma'am has something to say here. It's on.
To what you have said, I mean, I'll say whatever I have to. Otherwise, because I have might be slightly different thoughts, and of course, I certainly realize that might be I'm from a previous generation than all the youngsters sitting here, because it's been 34 years since I've joined ONGC. But regarding what you're saying about drilling, we have this Mines Act, in which there still is. There is a clause in which you cannot be there, or at least the ladies or the females cannot be there after 7 o'clock, I mean, in the night. So what happens is, because I also came through that, and if you are on the rig, you're supposed to do 14 days on-off, you're supposed to do a day shift, might be a week of day shift and a week of night shift. So your reliever, if you are there, then the reliever, you get all the day shifts, and then the reliever has to do all the night shifts. So that's one difficulty. I mean, it's a technical thing. So might be, biasness is another thing, but I think this Mines Act needs to be amended. So in case of drilling, for production and all, they do keep them. But for drilling, I think that is one of the reasons I would say, they are not being taken as drilling engineers. Otherwise, I think they are taken into drilling. They are being put for not at the rig, but not at the well site, but otherwise. I mean, I don't want to debate it, but that's one of the reasons.
Yes, okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Kopal.
Can I just add, in the Mines Act in 2019, actually we worked with the government for a long time, and for open cast mines now, women are now allowed to work in the night as well. So I think we need to just work on it to get that changed. And anyway, they can work in the day, even today.
And ma'am has been insightful in influencing policies, and she has her own experiences, and I'm sure that she will take this forward, because we are working with policies that are so old and then they are not relevant anymore. So just quickly, ma'am, if you could share some insights with the leaders here on any thoughts that you feel that on inclusion, any new initiatives that you think they could do, or anybody can talk, and then we can go towards closing with ma'am. Out of your experiences, if you think you've been able to influence policies that has helped the businesses, so some of the leaders can carry some insights back with them and be inspired through your case studies.
With me, I think I have always been somebody who's been out of the box most of the time, right from when I was a child. I'll just share the reason why I took up geology.
Yes.
I was, my father, of course, he's somehow, we both had this habit of reading. Right from the time I could form words out of letters, I took to books like, I'm a literal bookworm. And there was a book when I was in class 11. I still because people ask me, why did I take up geology? Of course, I've been up to class 6th. I was an athlete and then switched over to basketball. Wow. So I've done school nationals. I was in the state team, whatever. For me, going to school was more about, doing my basketball coaching and playing rather than actually studying. Awesome. So, and this continued right through my masters. There were people who used to tell me, like, I should leave it, become serious about studies, but it didn't happen. So right through college, I was there. Anyway, so I read this book. It's called Landslide by Desmond Bagley. And the protagonist was a geologist doing rock studies in Canadian Alps, where a dam was to be set up. I somehow, it clicked. I said, wonderful kind of a life. You are in the outdoors. You get paid. Right. you are doing and roaming around wherever you want to. And so when I joined college, I had an option to take up geology instead of chemistry. And I just jumped at it. I filled up, said okay. And my father was, I had good marks in chemistry. My father was aghast. He says, who's heard of geology? And they were very supportive, my parents. We had a different kind of a childhood, I would say. He said, chemistry's got so much of scope. Nobody's even heard about geology. And a lot of people at that time, I'm talking about 83 or 82 might be, because I passed out my class 12. When you say geology, they would confuse it with zoology. So they would say, oh, zoology. So I would say, no, it's geology. Acha, wo kya hota hai? This is, anyway. So from there to, becoming or coming into ONGC was sort of a natural thing, not very intended. Yes. And of course, I got an opportunity to be at the well site, be as a well site. I was posted in Kaveri, and immediately the regional director, when we joined, and one of my batchmates is here, he's the Western Offshore Basin manager. The 5 of us went. I was there, and I was given interpretation, something as my posting. And when Mr. Sudhakar was talking, he said, of course, you will be going to the site and all that. So I thought he was talking to the guys, my batchmates, because my posting was in interpretation group at MMDA Egmore. And then he suddenly looks at me and he said, you too. I said, I'll also go for 14. He said, yes. So I'm from Dehradun and got posted in Madras. It wasn't even Chennai at that time, 90. And so I was finding a little bit awkward. Madras of that time was totally different. I almost felt like a foreigner in because the food, the language, and it was quite different. And then he said yes. So I said, I'll go to the well site. He said, yes, I've thought of sending, all the new GTs who have joined to the well sites for their experience. And I said, I get 14 days on off. He said, yes. So I said, I get to go to my hometown? He said, yes. And I didn't ask him any other question. I just agreed to it because I thought, okay, it'll give me an opportunity. But even before, I was very, very much interested in drilling during our training period of field familiarization. And the thing is, I think it is more about inclusivity rather than diversity, which all of us, it's not only the gender thing, but it is so many things in a country like India. If you do not learn to live an inclusive life, it becomes very difficult. You cannot stay untouched. You have to be an inclusive thing. And then, that is the way I went. And Vedaranyam Tagatur is one well which I remember. So it was a totally different experience. And of course, then Narimanam field was there, and Adyakamangalam and Palivaram. Initially, the first, I can write a book someday. I think after it's been an interesting journey looking back at it. The way I was, and then being told, okay, you have to go to this place. How do I go? They said, no, there's a train which goes from Egmore. It was a meter gauge. I'm talking about those times. And then they told me the name of the station I was supposed to get down at. Bola 5 baje aayega. It's a place called Tirthurai Pundi. I can say it very well because I spent 4 years in Kaveri, and I still know how to read Tamil. I learned it from the signboards. And Tirthurai Pundi, almost 12, 13 letter word. I couldn't, I didn't get a reservation, so I went in a general compartment. I had a rucksack, so I just sharing. But it's been an interesting, challenging, yes, but I think it is the challenges which keep us on our toes. And it's been a very, very learning experience. And I can relate to a lot of operational activities because we were the one. And I would say I was lucky enough to be sent to the rig. It was E763 rig. I got a VIP bunk, And I also had a geoservices logging unit. So there was a lot of learning, and it still is. So I think, and at that, you don't think about, whether you're a girl or whether you should be here or not. You think more about the work that is expected from you, from the expectations there are, and thinking about whether I'm a girl, I think it has come secondary to me. It's more about finishing my job. Somebody relies on me. I have to do this. So it's been like that. So I think for most of us, I mean, it's same for all of you, the will, and I think at the end of the day, it is the competency, it is the consistency, and it is the confidence in your work. And I think what we try to do is try to be a part of a team, part of an assignment where you bring in value. You are the value addition in the team. So that, next time, this is what I keep telling most of my team members, even if they don't like your face, but if you can deliver, anybody would like to have you in their team. So that is the kind of thing which I think we all work towards.
No, you have a meeting at 11, I think so. So, thank you for sharing your journey. So, you chose passion, ma'am, first at the beginning of your career. You followed your passion through geology. And then we see the power of inclusion that everybody around you supported. And then hence we have you here today. So, thank you for sharing that with us. And on that note, I think we could either open for questions if the audience wants to know anything from any of the panel members, or any one of you have any closing thoughts. Feel free to take the mic and go forward. Felicitation. Yes.
Well, sometimes I do. As usual, I'm the first one because somebody has to start. I'm normally noticed, nobody starts, everybody kind of sits down. Fantastic panel, okay? Lot of things we male can learn. I was hoping we're going to have more female over here today, but in fact, I called a bunch of them, but I don't know why they didn't come. But one of the things which I would like to do with you guys and with this forum like this, which we deliberated yesterday a lot in a COO session, is a collaboration. Any problem, anything, we collaborate. And I think we can get you women more, although I didn't realize that you kind of got this feeling that you were kept aside or whatever, but man, you got a strong woman over there. The way I hear you girls, that you're stronger than the men, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, which is good. But only thing I'm going to say that, okay, want to see you girls more in the YP, more in IADC, and more collaborative, because I see most of you are oil field. Got Schlumberger, Weatherford, Larsen and Toubro. I know Kopal, although she's in aluminum, she's old oil field girl. So I think we have a collaboration through IADC and see what we can do together. That's all.
Good morning, everyone. It was really a very interesting panel, and listening your stories were really encouraging to most of us. And I can summarize whatever you have said in 4 words. You people can be said courageous. Your commitment was great. You are a great collaborator. And your cognizance, what you feel, what many of the express in your, that's cognizance. Basically what you are feeling, whether you are able to convey to your bosses or your juniors, that is very important. So these 4 C's, I summarize that way, and really appreciate your efforts. And I see all you to be the future leaders, and some leaders are already here. So all the best to you all. Thank you.
Ladies, mic. Check.
With all due respect, I just wanted to highlight one thing. Like Sir mentioned that he called a lot of women. I don't know why they didn't come and all that. We don't have to call women in the groups or in the, we don't have to look forward just for the women. If you are looking forward and you search for the right competent people, you will see women around, because there are a lot of women who are like competent enough, and they will be part of the industry, whether it is drilling or exploration or anything in oil and gas. Just look for the right talent and they will be around you. You will see a lot of them will be around you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was indeed a very eye-opening session, and it highlights very important points. However, we will have to end the session here, as there are commitments with Ms. Sushma Rawat and Mr. O.P. Singh. So may I please request Mr. O.P. Singh to join us on stage, sir, to present mementos. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. O.P. Singh, Director TNFS ONGC and Chairman of IADC. May I please request him to first present a memento to Ms. Sushma Rawat and felicitate her. Can we have a round of applause? We would also request Mr. O.P. Singh to present mementos. Dr. Subrata Gogai, Ms. Sonia Malik. Okay. Thank you so much, panelists. May I also request him to present a memento to our moderator, Ms. Dipti Thakre. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, Mr. O.P. Singh. Thank you, Ms. Sushma Rawat. Let's have a group photograph. Thank you, ladies. As we move on to our next presentation on new generation drilling rigs enabling transformation to high performance onshore drilling with world-class technologies, we would like to invite our moderator for the session, Ajay Kumar Sharma, ED Chief Offshore Logistics ONGC, to join us, please. Join us on stage. We have with us our presenter, Mr. Abhishek Thakur, Superintendent Engineer, Electrical ONGC. Mr. Abhishek Thakur has a degree from Birla Institute of Technology, Ranchi, and has experience of more than 13 years in upstream oil and gas industry. Currently, the new rig project of ONGC, which is one of the largest upstream onshore capital procurement projects globally in his role of project coordinator. He has presented several papers in ONGC's HSC Meets and Petrotech and also won second prize for video presentation in Petrotech in 2014. In 2015, he was conferred with Corporate Individual Award in ONGC for innovative in-house design and successful rolling out of smart communication application to reduce downtime of SRP and PCP wells. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, respected Director TNFS sir, Madam Director Exploration. I'm Abhishek. I'm part of a project team that is called Drilling Rig Procurement Project. It's a group of 5 brilliant individuals who has came together to write a script of passion and grit in ONGC. So as we'll run through the presentation, we'll let you know what are the the vision that our management had and where we want to go. So let me start off. It's more sort of a combined presentation as well as story, a timeline of a summary of where we want to go with this kind of new drilling rigs. The objective of this presentation is the transformation trajectory of the onshore drilling rig, how we intend to transform and from where we want to go to what levels. Second part is of this presentation would be the new drilling rigs, how the new drilling rigs are going to catalyze the complete transformations, and they are the key factor in this transformation. The third part of the presentation is managing the accelerated transformation. Why I'm calling this an accelerated transformation, we'll get to that part and what are the outcomes that we have seen. And last not the least, where we going to go, what is our next steps of transformation, and what are the global benchmark performances that we intend to achieve. If you see the transformation trajectory, right now the legacy rigs in ONGC are mechanical and AC SCR rigs. Now those who are there in the industry are very much aware that mechanical and AC SCR rigs has primarily 2-3 issues. One is the controls over the complete equipment cannot give you a precise results.
Just slow down, we'll remove the chairs. It's not you can speak, but slow down.
Okay, sir. The problem that we have faced with the mechanical rigs are primarily this cannot be controlled. No, not having that control over a mechanical or an ACSCR rig, with an ACSCR rig, that problem was taken out in around 2000s when the AC VFD rigs was first introduced. So right now what ONGC is trying to do is move out from the legacy rig to AC VFD, and then there is something we are thinking about is the programmable AC electric rig. Although this is a trademark of a neighbor's concept, but there is something called programmable AC electric rig. This is where we want to go. So right now, one thing that we can very confidently tell to the audience is, this is the largest global procurement. We have gone ahead on a very ambitious mission. We have gone ahead on a very grand vision. What is the transformation trajectory we are looking at? So why this transformation is required? We have this questions keep coming up, why this is required. So where first is the high drilling performance that we intend to achieve. When we say the high drilling performance, it would comprise of drilling faster, drilling better, drilling deeper, drilling unknown, and drilling what has not been drilled before. We have drilled wells that were previously, which could not have been drilled. We have drilled Mesozoic. We have very recently, it was deployed in Vendian in one of the formations which was earlier drilled by only the air hammer rigs. So the first part, if you see on the right, we have equipment modernization. So when we are moving from ACSCR rigs as well as the mechanical rig, the first target was modernize the complete set of equipment. That includes iron roughneck, that includes our top drive, that includes hydraulic catwalk, that includes our elevator, that includes our slip. So we have gone on full scale of modernization of the equipments. The second part of it, which will come later on, was the complete centralized and the precise control and the scalable automation. Why we are emphasizing on a scalable automation is the vision that we are here is these rigs are here on a scale of 30 years. So whatever we are buying today has to have a capacity to get scalable. So on the first side, we have integrated both mechanizing the complete equipment set that we have on the rig floor as well as below the rig floor with a mud pump, and as well as we have a vision on where we want to go with the digitization. When we started off this journey, what was our reference? If you remember around in 2000s, there was something called shale revolution, and most of the technology is always coming out of the US shale play. I think Carle sir was part of introducing us to that technology, taking it to the neighbor, and the PACE rigs. PACE, as I have earlier said, is a programmable AC electric rig. So when we see, there is something called super specification rig, which is very common in US. So why the super specification rig was brought in? If we see what was the drilling cost of the complete rig, to extract the shale oil. So when there was a mandate to increase the productivity from the shale, there was two immediate action that was taken. The cost of fracking and the cost of drilling was supposed to be come down. So to bring down the cost of drilling, they came up with something called super specification rigs. Now this super specification rig, if you can see, the complete fleet in US is slowly transitioning into the super specification. These have started somewhere around 2000 when HNP came up with this pioneering idea. The first part of the idea, although this does not start as increasing the drilling efficiency, it started as something to increase the safety and inbuild the safety inside the rig. So if we see how the journey started, especially in case of HNP, and then later on the neighbors introduces the PACE rigs in 2006. So we have came up with a complete series of rigs which are there, which is called the super specification. We have an ADR, we have Apex from Peterson UTI, we have Super series from Precision Boss, and then Flex, then PACE. When we went there, we were surprised. There were rigs which are already operating on the pipe racker, on-land rigs. We have an ADR rig working in Canada, which was operating an iron derrickman. If I remember, there was a model called iron derrickman from Weatherford, which was operating there. We also went ahead and asked Patterson UTI at that point of time, which was there, that whether there is any rigs which has a dual cyber chair. So that was, at that point of time, it was quite popular in offshore, but not in the onshore. So that was also not an exception. It was already there. So it has literally moved from that point of time around 2016. This complete technology was already there, and from there on, it has moved to the complete automation and the integration, which we'll come to later on in the slide. So what was the key reference was the equipment ratings, automation, control, and fuel efficiency. When we talk about the equipment ratings, we saw a lot of high capacity mud pumps, which has a better discharge, which we are, I think my friends from our different new generation rigs has already joined. So they can vouch for it, that the basic requirement of a downhole discharge was made with these new pumps, and especially in, I think Manish is here from HP2, especially in HP1, HP2 rigs, where the discharge requirement was previously very difficult to meet. These are being made using this latest mud pump which has came in. So we took a reference from all these equipment ratings, automation, controls, and fuel efficiency. Automation and controls has keep on improving since then. Thereon, after setting our, whatever requirement that we have to go back and scout to different equipment manufacturer. Therein, I think NOV, all of our partners, I would say, had done a wonderful job. Cameron came into the picture, then NOV came into the picture, MH came into the picture. We have wonderful support from Forum. We have Canreg and Lamprel. All this came into picture, and then we interacted through different road shows and sessions, and we finalized the specification of what is available, because finally we need to buy it. So we need to see what is there in the market. After this, there was an internal technical specification committee which identified the following enabling values that was powering the transformation. We required a better drilling performance. We required enhanced man and machine safety through technology. We wanted that the rig itself should be secure, and they should be the champion of safety, which we are, if you remember just few moments back, I have told you that the technology did not started with the performance, it started with the requirement of safety. And this is where the first outcome is coming to us. If we see the SS rig today, there is literally 0 accidents happening on the rig floor. There's nothing has happened in the last 2 years. So it's amazing safety levels we have achieved in a very short time, because that is what US shale play achieved at the first go. Then when the technology was stabilized, then the performance came in. So we have enhanced man-machine safety through technology. Then there was a part called increased fuel efficiency and emission reduction. I remember there was 2 presentations, one from our young professional group and another from for an ESG perspective. This technology we are already using. The technology where we are using a bi-fuel engine with, I think in the ESG presentation it was said you're running 2 power pack generator. That era is gone on ONGC new rigs. We have a setting. We have something called Smart Engine Management System, that is a Caterpillar proprietary product. Now, that has been developed by different OEM as well. I think Neighbors have it. I think there are different, NOV has it. Now, this has become a very standard off-the-shelf software. So, we have increased fuel efficiency and the emission reduction. I will come to that later. And then we have a precise, centralized, scalable, and customizable software. All the 4 has a very important part in our rig going towards the future. Just have a quick brief about what we are getting. We have an API 7K compliant 500-ton hoisting capacity drawwork, which is driven by dual motor gear-driven VFD drawworks. We discovered that these drawworks, which was taken at the time of NOV, had itself in the EV rigs itself had a very low maintenance requirements. So we went ahead with the gear-driven VFD drawworks. We have multi-plate air-cooled disc brake for parking in emergency. With the mud pumps, we have gone ahead with 7,500 PSI, 2,200 belt-driven mud pumps for HPST. These are the most monstrous pump right now in onshore drilling in India. So we have introduced for the first time these pumps, and I was talking to Manish day before yesterday. At the back pressure of 4,000 PSI in the well HP1, it is able to maintain our hydrostatics from these mud pumps. So then the other mud pumps are the gear-driven mud pumps that has been provided. It has a hydraulic system which we usually known by other brand names like Blackjack and PQ. There with the mud pump, we have soft pumping system, fluid, and as well as the fluid monitoring system. The soft pumping system help us in take better readings in case we want downhole readings from our different logging tools. We have a soft pumping system, and using that we can have a better downhole readings from our different LWD and MWD equipments. Then for the top drive, we have a 500-ton API 8C compliant top drive system, which is directly connected to the traveling block. We have an integrated civil and hydraulic onboard, as well as an condition monitoring system. So combine these 3 things. If you see, there is a requirement of AC gear-driven drawwork. Is nothing a breakthrough technology, but this is a must if you intend to go ahead and have a better drilling performance. I have literally a discussion with every equipment manufacturer. I think the Parth from Schlumberger is here, excellent guy, based out of Dubai. The first requirement for increasing your drilling performance and driving into the future is AC VFD drawworks. Moving on to increase man and machine safety, we came up with a hydraulic cylinder. Again, nothing groundbreaking, but we have came up with this. This hydraulic cylinder, when the idea came into our mind, one of the most unique point, if you see, it can be masked up using an independent rig up HPU. We have completely moved out the hydraulic requirement to an independent HPU, which is powered again by an emergency power pack, which has a standalone panel. So now you can visualize the complete masked up, complete masked up would only require your emergency power pack and the rig up HPU. So it is now faster, it's quite safer. Coming to hydraulic catwalk I think is one of the champion safety product as has always been used, especially to reduce the finger injuries. So we have replaced the conventional catwalk and we do ramp. Then tubular that includes everything, including the casings that can be fed to the top drive system directly without the crane. It can be operated from the 3-point, one from the unit, another from the belly pack, and as well as the HMI. So what is unique there? It measures the pipe length and it has a custom built design that based on the Indian road condition requirements, we have gone ahead with a specific design with this. Then we have an iron roughneck, which has a higher capacity. It has a makeup capacity of 100,000 foot-pounds and breakout capacity of 120,000 foot-pounds. It completely removes the requirement of manual tongue. Then it has a capacity of bit braking. What is unique is the tool joint finder that has come up with it. Then we have a vertical pipe handler. This is one of the most discussed equipment right now. It is a robotic arm driven by servo motors. If you see a robotic arms, if you hear about a robotic arm driven by servo motors, the first thing comes to our mind is the auto industry. The complete auto industry is driven by robotic arms, and it is extremely reliable. Their production targets are very steep, so they go ahead with it. So we have Moog servo motors, which are defense grade motors they have provided. It is capable of automatic racking from the center of the well to the pipe racks. It has a unique feature which is called auto tripping. Then we have a BOP cart. We have a 50-ton BOP cart for 15M BOP and 30-ton for rest of the BOP configuration, 5M, 10M. This, I think Mohit is not here, Ankit sir is here from SS1. They can tell you that something that we used to do it in 6 and 7 hours with so much of planning using crane and everything, this has now changed. The BOP cart has a manipulating ability in 3 dimensions. It can rotate, it can go up, it can move down, it can move forward, it can lean, it can manipulate in 3 dimensions. So what is unique? It can be operated from a console, remote console, completely safe. Then coming to the fuel efficiency and emission reduction part. This I will relate to the ESG part. These power packs are fitted with OEM biofuels, which has a maximum substitution rate of 69%. Then we have a catalytic converter, which is giving an excellent result in terms of emissions. Our CO2 emissions has came down by 21%. That is mostly because of using a gas fuel. Then the catalytic converter reduces the CO by 90%, as well as NOx by 50%. I think yesterday when I have a young professional presentation, this came up, how to come up, how we can decrease NOx. We are doing it. We're doing it in our rig. What is different? We have again came up with an idea just to decrease our maintenance requirement. We have an water-based auto radiator cleaning system. It has given a very good result to us. Our radiators are quite sparkling clean, and we don't require much of a maintenance. There's something called till this technology. It is available in the US shale play. Our team came up with a very ingenious idea of fuel gas conditioning skid. It's a self-sustainable, completely fuel gas conditioning skid. It can take gas directly from the well as well as the skid. So what is unique in this, and we have witnessed it in Agartala, there was a well just nearby outside our rig premises. So we connected the complete power pack directly from the well to the gas processing skid, and the results are absolutely amazing. Like I've already told you of the smart power management system. It's a Caterpillar proprietary product. We have based on the load demand requirement and how long you want to hold on to your engine before it switches to the other mode, that can be manually set. So yeah, regarding the Agartala thing, there was an adjacent gas well, and last 179 days that it has worked, it has substituted around 661 kiloliter of HSD. If you take a gas rate of 24.7 SCM, we have made a saving of 3.6 crores already in 180 days. And half a year, our power pack cost us almost half of the power power pack cost we have been able to recover. As well as the best part is the vision of ONGC, where we are continuously talking about reducing the scope 1 emission. We have started off with this rig. Now coming to the controls on the software part, which says about our futuristic requirement. These rigs came up with twin cyber chair arrangement and drillers came in with 5 HMIs, 2 joystick on both the chair. Now both the cyber chairs are interchangeable. If in case one cyber chair fails, the other cyber chair can take over. We have 9-point announcement system and 7-point pan, tilt, zoom, night vision cameras, which again, yesterday if we are seeing there was some kind of AI that can be integrated to understand if the PP is used or not. These cameras are very high capacity. In future, that can also be explored because of the capabilities of these cameras. We have a centralized control for all the drilling and drill pipe equipment. Then, if we dive deep into what is there in the control and software, we have a system redundancy of PLCs and network attached storage device. Why we gone ahead with the network storage attached devices? There is an issue that has completely bugged us with the previous rig was regarding data consistency. So what we have done this time in this rig, that both the network assisted drive will be a copy of one to each other. So if in case there is a failure in communication and backfeeding to our data repository, these drives can be, one of the drive can be removed and the data backups can be taken at the base. So we have access to PLC and HMI programs, which is positive for us because we can see any sensor which is not working and debug it. Systems ready for further software optimization process automation. It is already integrated with NOV RTDMM. Then central data repository has been created on the rig server itself using different kind of communication protocols. Now, what has came with these new drilling rigs is we have different software which is already built. Earlier I was talking about the different safety features. So one of the safety features is the zone management system. That means even during operation, if you want to collide different equipment, it's not going to happen. Neither the top drive can move in float conditions and it can go ahead and hit the fingers. It's not happening in this rig. It's not possible. Then we have bridge protection system. We have auto tripping. Auto tripping is a wonderful feature, especially in the hydraulic rig. It has worked excellently. We have auto drilling and auto reaming. Now, we have seen that advantage while drilling the Mesozoic formation, where the constant weight on bit requirement is 12 to 13 tons, which usually is not possible when the driller is doing it manually. So we have gone ahead with the auto driller, and the well was drilled, especially the trap formation of 810 meters was drilled very comfortably. So then we have online conditioning monitoring system. We have fluid end monitoring system. We have salt pumping. I already talked about the auto tripping. The auto tripping, in especially the hydraulic rigs that are working there, it literally, once your tubular is there in your mouse hole, you don't require to see it getting racked to the vertical bins. Why we are talking about this as an accelerated technology? Because this technology started in US sail play around 2000s, and since then it has evolved. The PACE rigs has evolved. The PACE has came into different versions: PACE X, PACE R, PACE M. And now the closest to us is, I think, the PACE R. So the PACE R comes up with a racker, sir. So I think that is the nearest, our twin brother in US, I would say. So that is the nearest rig that I can think of. The PACE and Apex was somewhere built around 2000s. The existing configuration of the rig has been built over in the 15 years. Now the transition that started off with the mechanization of the equipment, then followed by transitioning to the ACVFD, and now to the different increasing level of automation. I told this is ambitious because we want to do it in 7 to 8 years. Because this is when the ML and AI is going to hit the industry, and we had to have ready for it. Yeah, outcome. Coming to the outcome, we have, with the hydraulic rig, we have achieved the highest commercial speed of 6,315 meters. We have highest single day meterage of 803 meters that we have drilled. And we have drilled more than 17 wells with 500 meters in a day. HSE is almost 70% of the noise reduction has been achieved. There's no major or minor incident that have happened. And then we have a safer and faster BOP installations. Now, new generation ACVF direct, which are 25 in numbers, which has came with this project. The performance is a single successfully handled surface pressure up to 5,000 PSIs. We have precise torque monitoring system, which has helped us in washover job during cementation. We have mitigated loss gain situation with small mud weight window. We have drilled 871 meter of 8.5 trap section in a targeted Mesozoic formation. And then again, regarding the Vindhyan formation, we have drilled one of the toughest lithology. HSE is no major, again here, the BOP cart and no major minor accident. And reduce in manual fatigue. That is one of the part that our team at crew at site has always said us, that there is a reduction in the manual fatigue. And this is definitely, again, if we see in our company, in a long run, people will have prolonged exposure to this labor-extensive job. Then, since with the automation of this kind of mechanization of this kind of rig, we will have very less repercussions on their health. It's almost gone. Now, what is the next step for us? We will be scaling up the transformation using specialized equipment. We are talking about process automation. What does the process automation is? Then the next step would be is if, let's say, the driller is required to make a connection, he'll go ahead and do a set of job. He, closes an H-manifold valve. We rim up and down twice. Then again, he ram down the pumps and everything. Everything can be combined into a single step that's called process automation, making the complete process independent of any human intervention. The second part that will come, it is specialized activity. The specialized activity is auto sliding. We have surge and swab. We have auto surveys, which are already working in different rigs of precision, I would say. We have introduction of third-party reflex software. Reflex software is something we are trying to achieve, where a set of combined activities you can club up, and then with a single button it can be done. We have specialized software, which is stick-slip mitigation software that can also be introduced. We have then automated direction drilling that has came up very recently in Baker Hughes as well as in Schlumberger. So where we want to go, like finally, what is happening and what these rigs are intended to go. The final of all this, overlaying with Iadcscac, overlaying with drill offs, we intend to drill mad wells in India. The direction from our management is very clean, very simple. We need to drill a mad well in India. Mad is a mile in a day well. It is a program that Baker Hughes started with HNP somewhere around 2016. By 2020, they drilled 140 numbers of mad wells. By now, they have set a standard of drilling world record of drilling 3,500 meters in a day. They integrated complete set of downhole tools. They integrated all the software, Iadcscac, everything, and this is where they came up. Drilling 3,500 meters in a day. Even if we are half of it, we will improve our productivity by 3 times, especially in the drilling performance by 3 times. So what are the key takeaways, sir? The key values unlocked by the new drilling rig that we believe will transform the onshore drilling rig in coming years, because we will be completely ready for machine learning. The communication technology is picking up in India. We have connectivity through low orbital satellites. We have 5G. 5G is coming up, so connectivity issues are not going to be there, which will be very helpful to us, especially in case of edge computing. So if we are going ahead with the edge computing and machine learning, where most of the data models are sitting at the base of us, the communication network will provide a huge boost. The second is the management of accelerated technological transformation will be still for a coming future will remain complex but solvable. Onboard software and control offers a scalability of automation that I was talking about in the previous slide. ML and AI driven by operational data, whose integrity we have ensured using redundant NAS drives. And advancement in the communication technology will have a larger impact on the drilling performance in the future. sir. This is the last slide. Before I conclude, sir, I would like, this is our story of passion and grit, especially led by Director TNFS, CDS onshore, and we have a team back there, 5 brilliant guys operating it. Mr. Chopra, who is head of the technical project. We have Mr. Sahu, Mr. Ritesh, Mr. Rahul, Mr. Kaustav, and me, the junior most. So we have 5 passionate guys. We are trying to do something that US Shell Play has done in last 15, 16 years, in 7, 8 years. It's a very ambitious target, but we are thankful to the management that the trust is there, and we are pushing forward. Thank you, sir. That's all from my side.
Yeah, Abhishek, thank you. As I know, you are involved in this project right from the concept stage, if I remember correctly.
Yes, sir.
You were the
Yes,
part
sir.
of the team.
Yes, sir.
So, good presentation. But idea behind this introduction, as you know, I was also somewhere, I think sometime I
Yes,
was
sir.
also involved in this
Yes,
project.
sir. Correct.
So, idea behind this was the induction of new technology and to finally to have the efficiency.
Right, sir.
So, I understand there are some challenges. As any new technology you introduce anywhere, there are some challenges.
Right, sir.
So, as you are part of the team right from the concept stage, what do you think to realize the full potential of this initiative, which we have spent a lot of money, and so there may be some teething problems?
Yes, sir.
So either it is related to training or manpower, because that time we realized that we will require less manpower for these rigs and different
Correct.
type of manpower in terms of electrical engineers and electronics engineers.
Yes, sir.
So are we ready as an organization to implement, or there are some challenges we are facing in the performance?
Yes, sir. When we come up with a technology, sir, especially when we want to implement it at an accelerated rate, there has to be challenges. That's very. This was never going to be an easy project. It was understood by everyone from the day one, because we want to leapfrog the complete technology moving from there. So yes, training would be one part of it. But one thing that we have seen, sir, very recently, we have excellent outcomes that is coming out of the field. Mr. Purushottam is one of our Cambe rig individual. He modified the design into something that would not require maintenance. And we are talking about a span of 1 year. We set a target of reaching there in 6, 7 years. So I can understand the pain that is going right now is when the project started to take off, the COVID came into picture, and the training part could not happen during the COVID because of the international travels. And then I think most of our international drilling contractors was talking yesterday regarding the supply chain issues. So when this rig came into the picture, the oil prices went up. So we are hit by both the requirement from the contractor side perspective. We are hit by both the requirement of the supply chain and the manpower. So that requirement, has somewhere impacted our project, where more and more number of rigs are increasing. Our people who have got the training late, and all this has resulted in whatever you are seeing is not getting the result right away. I believe, sir, these are solvable problems. There are two kinds of problems, sir. As a management, you also understand. These are solvable problems. These are nothing that cannot be solved. So our team firmly believes that yes, we are not able to produce a desired result, but there are glimpses of it, and it cannot be denied. Like in SS1, we are seeing the rig has gone ahead and drilled 800 wells, and how old the technology is. It's hardly 1.5 years. So we expect it to reach, sir, MAD level in a couple of years. Yeah.
Thank you for that, but I also emphasize with you that we have to reach the full potential of what was expected of this.
Yes, sir.
So I know you are aware of it and you are working on it.
Yes, sir.
This is from my side. I think Director Exploration and other, if you want to have some questions.
Yeah, the answer which you were giving, there are a lot of questions actually from my side, because almost all of the rigs that have come, the new rigs, they are doing exploratory wells.
Yes, ma'am.
For the past 1.5, 2 years. Okay.
Yes.
So I think more than others, I am aware what all the advantages and the pain points are. What you said about modification. See, the reason why we brought these high-tech rigs was that the operations become more efficient, the drilling becomes more efficient, and of course the manpower. So if I require a modification, and that is what you said, he modified, Mr. Purushottam, somebody modified it in Cambe. For a new rig, is modification required at our level? If we want to do it ourselves, then what is the point of taking these rigs?
That's right, ma'am. What you're saying is correct. But when we took a technology, we took it from the perspective of a European company. It came up
No,
with a...
it should not have been. I think you shouldn't answer if you do not know. And regarding training, I don't think there has been a dearth of training. I was a basin manager in Jorhat at that time, Assam Arakan. We have been giving training on these rigs for a number of batches. So it is not that people have not been trained. I don't think ONGC is such short-sighted. People have been sent on trainings with getting familiarized with the rigs even before they were deployed. And over the last 2 years, there have been different batches of people going for training.
Yeah, that's right, ma'am. I was talking about the COVID period. The COVID period.
नहीं, मैं तो COVID के बाद की बात कर रही हूँ भाई.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's absolutely correct. After COVID, this has picked up.
So I know हम लोग ज़्यादा नहीं पूछेंगे. I would expect other people in case they want to.
Ma'am, I understand that. Same thing I was hinting at, because there are some challenges in introduction of this. As you know, we all know that. So we have to overcome that.
Yes, sir.
Because a lot of rigs, I think, yet to be commissioned. So again, I'm repeating, as you are being part of, some of you are right from the beginning. So you know what are the ins and outs of it. So
See,
we should.
Yeah, the company's target has increased for exploration, for production.
Right.
We are supposed to drill more number of wells. So the efficiency, or one rig doing so many number of wells, locations, that is of utmost importance to everyone within the company.
Abhishek, hi. Really very interesting to see all the detailed presentation. In fact, when I was in the board, I could not have seen so much of detail of it. Now, Madam first asked that what was the modification it was done. You can clarify what was the modification done at Cambay rig. You said something. The second is that basically these rigs were hired, as Sharma was also telling, as a futuristic rigs for the ONGC and the country.
Right, sir.
And purpose was to see that we drill fast, we drill efficient, we drill safer with less manpower. These are the 3 or 4 main objectives.
Right, sir.
I think some major of the objectives you have achieved. In terms of efficiency and operational efficiency particularly, we have to prepare ourselves much more. And at the same time, I think we are lacking the support from the manufacturer. That is one of the main and bigger constraint as of now, what I understood. So we have to push for things that the technology support is given by them, the company itself. And training of our people, if you need to send more people, you please send them, because these are the most advanced rigs at the moment in the world. I can say it that way. So you have to ensure that the proper training, proper guidance is provided to our young engineers. If you are shortfall of engineers, particularly in terms of electrical and instrumentation engineer who are key to drive these rigs, we should have more number of such people. If you are not having, please hire them. Take the quality manpower to run these rigs. They are the most futuristic rigs and most beautiful rigs, no doubt about it. So you have to take care of all these 4 or 5 points. And if you can clarify me what was the modification done, probably I will answer.
Sir, this was basically, there was a sensor which was connected using a chain system. So the sensor, the connection between the sensor and the data point was using a chain. So we made a modification where we has completely removed the chain system and has combined the sensor directly to the data point with our modification.
So it was, instead of chain, it was not directly removed.
Yes. So that breakage of chain will be removed.
It was related to the data flow.
Yes, it is required, sir, because the sensor which is there posted in the hydraulic catwalk, which is basically for measuring the pipe length and all. So that sensor is now directly integrated to the data point from where we are collecting.
Okay, I am sure that these rigs will come up to our expectations over a period of time, and let us strive hard for getting the best out of these.
Sir, just to supplement what Abhishek has replied to you, regarding training part, contractually there are 3 different type of training which are supposed to be given. One at Italy and another at Hyderabad, and third part was at the site. But we understand the fact that more of the training are required. We went beyond that, and we talked with the manufacturer to conduct, especially for the AVPH, dedicated training for 15 days at Hyderabad, and it has been given to a lot of people, sir. We are taking it further by adding the staff also to the part of the training. It was initially supposed to be given only to the officers. So now we have talked to the manufacturer, and we are providing in the near future to the training of all the staff who are working on the rigs. So those things are done, sir. And just to add on, we started with the initial teething problem. Our NPT was around 18%. Now it has come down for majority of the rig to 5%, 6%. So we are improving, and things will improve further.
Sir, basically when I was talking about training, I'm not talking about right now, because the situation has completely improved. Ma'am has also said, and I think 3 to 4 batches from Jorhat, ma'am flew to Cambay just after the COVID period, and everything has relaxed. So during the COVID period, yes sir, this was a problem. So especially our SS1 and SS2 team, I think CDS came up with an idea that it was required to be sent to Petrivan rig working in the Shlambajar Rageshwari field. Sir, at that point of time, that is how we have to go about this rig. So that point of time, the training was an issue. That is what I was pointing about, that initially that training was an issue, and right now, sir, as CDS has said, that training is not at all an issue. Sir, yeah, sir.
Running out of time? Very quickly.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic presentation.
Thank you, sir.
You guys need to go overseas. You know, IDC has got a advanced rig technology conferences. You heard about it?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take you there. And then
Thank
I'm
you.
going to take you to the field. And then you can see what you're missing. I know a lot of what you're missing. This is not the time to talk.
Right, sir.
But fantastic Mike is nodding his head, so you already got one up.
Yes, sir.
Just for my information. You say around 2000 we started upgrading our rigs through BHL.
Yes, sir.
On a big scale. Then around that time, I think around 2010 or so, we wanted to procure this AC VFD rigs, and orders were placed.
Yes, sir.
I don't know what is the status on that. And we needed manpower also. Manpower was always a concern. There was a situation like inverted pyramid. The people who are trained to work on the rigs was always deficient in ONGC because of so many policies where, you know, the senior people are accumulated at the top. Maybe these problems cannot be addressed in a day or two.
Right, sir.
This was a big problem. So I would like to know, when you are talking about AC VFD rig or
yes,
high-tech rig, what is the status as on date out of maybe about
27, sir.
No, 27 rigs, but total number of rigs, how many land rigs we are having? Almost 60 or?
Yes, sir.
Almost 60 or 70
54.
rigs.
Sir, right now we are having 55 owned rigs and 11 chartered hire rigs. Out of 55 owned rigs, 10 new rigs are commissioned, 6 are AC VFD rig, and remaining are our conventional BHL rigs, sir.
The point I am trying to make is, I think there is a delay.
Yes, sir.
And AC VFD is not a very big technology.
Right, sir.
Right? So we have to catch up. And I think the director exploration was also trying to make that point.
Yes, sir.
So we should frame the guidelines till what time we can catch up with this program. Because we have to drill more and more difficult wells.
Yes, sir.
More and more high-tech ERD wells, maybe extended reach wells. And how much time it will take? Can you just reply to these points?
Thank you, sir. So before I end, ma'am, I would like to thank that our leader of the team, CDS Onshore, that we have came together with a very complex project, and we are continuing to work towards it. As through the discussion you have seen, transformation project has been always a very difficult project. And thank you, sir. We have been working on this.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, for an interesting presentation and to see ONGC's new initiatives on technology. We would now like to request Mr. Ajay Kumar Sharma to present a memento to Mr. Thakur as a token of our appreciation.
Thank you, sir.
We would also like to request Mr. Gurpreet Sara, Aban Offshore, to present Mr. Sharma with the memento, please. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. Friends, we would like to remind you that the e-posters showcasing some technical presentations are on display at the Malabar, and we request the guest audience to kindly visit it. It is adjacent to the pre-function area. Also, the history wall is on display in the pre-function area, so do visit it on your tea and coffee break. We shall now take a quick tea and coffee break and be back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
नहीं चालू.
Check, 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 check. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen. Check, check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly be seated as we're about to begin in a few moments from now. Friends, we request you to kindly be seated as we're about to begin in a few moments from now. We request you to settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin. May we please request you to settle down and be seated. Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly be seated as we're about to begin now. Gentlemen, may we please request you to kindly be seated. We welcome you back after that yummy tea and coffee break, much required, I must say. We're ready to begin our next session. It's on data analytics and machine learning applications to improve drilling efficiency. And to moderate this session, we have with us Mr. Pawan Agarwal, ED Chief Corporate Planning. May we please request him to join us on the moderator's chair. Thank you. Our presenter would be Ms. Vanessa Pinke, Asia, BDM, Digital Drilling and Schlumberger. Let's give her a huge round of applause. Vanessa is an Ecuadorian petroleum engineer with 12 years of experience in oil and gas industry. She joined SLB as drilling field engineer, and since then she's worked in different countries in South America, North America and Middle East, handling drilling, workover and field development project as senior well engineer and project manager. In 2022, she got her MBA diploma from Strathclyde University and moved to Kuala Lumpur to now focus on how digital solutions can bring value to drilling operations across Asia. We welcome you on stage, Ms. Pinke.
Hello? Okay, now it's working. No, sorry. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here. As it was mentioned, I'm based in Kuala Lumpur, but this is actually my third visit to India this year. I always love when I travel to India, everyone thinks that I'm local. I'm actually from Ecuador, which you can hear by my accent. So today I'm going to be presenting what we can do with data analytics and machine learning to improve our efficiency in drilling operations. Before going into details, I would like to recap of what are the challenges that we see in the industry. And all of this was mentioned yesterday during the great presentations and the amazing panel that we have. So we was given very good examples and how any technology that we are going to implement, it has to be, of course, cost-effective solution. So in my presentation, I will be showing some examples of how we can tackle those challenges by using data analytics and machine learning. So I have gathered 6 examples for today. So I will start first with the basics, that is the challenges that we have for daily reporting and what we can do to improve our process. Once we have solved that issue, then we move to the rig benchmarking to analyze the data. I have also some examples of what we have done in other countries to reduce the drilling emissions. And then I will be focusing on the machine learning and how we can use AI to improve our efficiency. So I have 3 examples for that. One of them is the equipment failure prediction, also focusing on rig automation, which is very aligned to the last presentation we had, but also focusing on how we can improve our processes for rig scheduling. So let's start with the reporting. And this is, I really like to present always the reporting because I remember when I used to be the one waking up at 4 a.m. to make the report, and I didn't really like it, I remember. And the company man, the rig manager, can spend about 1.5 hours, 2 hours writing the report, which means that this is time that our supervisor at the rig are spending in front of the laptop or in front of a paper writing the report instead of actually focusing on the operations. And also, we have some challenges, that is the reporting accuracy, right? Reporting will depend on who writes the report. Maybe I like to do the breakdown every 3 hours when I'm drilling. Maybe another person goes more into details and does it every hour. And then maybe I will not write so many details as other person. And then that later becomes a challenge when this information, this report, gets to the drilling engineer. Because if we are missing information, then the drilling engineer needs to sit and needs to get this data from other sources. And we see that in average, a drilling engineer every day takes about 1.8 hours of gathering and reviewing all this data. So now the question is how we can do to improve this process, right? And here I put some of the things that we need to improve. So we need to reduce the manual inputs. We need to avoid the double work because we have in the rig so many third parties. each of them is having their own reporting. Then it comes to the company man. Then again, we are writing, taking information from there. So how can we reduce this double work? How can we have an automated QC process? And how can we make the data easily available for everyone? And for that, we have different tools that we can use. First, of course, we have the sensor data. So let's think about how can we use that data to automate the reporting. We have also the third-party reports. And of course, we have apps as well. We all love the apps that are on our cell phones. So how can we use those to improve the process? And here I have some of the things that we have done. And I will start with the guided report, all the way to automated report. So with guided report, we can establish the fixed text remarks that we want the company man to fill in. So for example, drilling, we will have already the fixed what he should be writing, and he just needs to update maybe just the parameters. But in that way, we ensure that every report will have the same level of data and all the details that we need to later perform our analysis. We can also restrict activities planning just to avoid the issues with the coding, right? So if we already know which are the codes that we should be using for a well, we can restrict those activities, because we all know that we have so many codes that can be confusing sometimes. And then we move to the automated part. So we have the rig sensor data. So we can use actually the rig state to create an automated report, because we can do the breakdown of activities. And if we combine it with the fixed text remarks based on the rig state, we can create an automated report. The part that we will not be able to automate is the flat time, which still we will need the manual input. But if we combine it with the fixed text remarks again, we make sure that all the data that we need is there. We can also have automated codes QC. So for example, if I'm tripping in, but by mistake I selected trip it out as the code, the system will be smart enough to highlight that I selected the wrong code or changed it. Okay, and also we have mobile apps. So how many times maybe we are waiting on a report because something happened around 6 a.m., the company man was not able to send the report on time and send the email, because we're always waiting for the email, right? So if we already have a mobile app, once all the data is uploaded, we can see it from our phone, from anywhere, all the data, and have it ready for when we need it for our meetings. So the idea at the end is to have all the information in a single database. So have all the HSC data, POVs, cost tracking, daily activities, and also the learns and learns in one system. So now that we fixed, let's say, the reporting, now let's move to how we can use this data to create the rig benchmarking. Because we are still seeing that, especially when we have a large fleet, right, we have different rigs, even in the same field, we see that the rigs have a different performance. And even with the crews in the same rig, maybe there is a difference between the crew in the day, between the crew in the night. I think we all have seen that. And if we don't have a benchmarking, we don't have a way to measure it, and we don't have a way to identify what is our invisible lost time. And so what we need to have is a system when we can do this analysis. And I have taken this from a paper, how they went in really getting the granularity into the KPIs to establish what is the invisible lost time. And with that, they were able to reduce 24% of the time in a well. And especially the invisible lost time identified was around pre-connection, post-connection, tripping, casing running activities, and also the flat time activities related to BOP, wellhead, and of course also on bottom ROP. So with that, I will move to the third example. And let's also think about how we can use machine learning to reduce the NPT related to rig equipment. And for that, we can take a look at the PF curve, which tells us that the temperature can be an indication that a failure is going to occur. So why we don't use then that data from the temperature when everything was on normal conditions to create a model that gives us the lower limit and the upper limit. So once we have the model, we can compare it during operations and identify if there is a deviation in the temperature that can mean that a failure is going to occur. So we did that for a couple of rigs in US, and this is taken from a graph from there. So in this case, they saw that the temperature in a mud pump was increasing above the upper limit and the lower limit, and this showed around 2 hours before the failure occurred. So these are some ideas of how we can use machine learning to reduce the MPT in the rig. Now I would like to talk about a subject that has a lot of times was mentioned yesterday, that is the drilling emissions management. So it was great to hear yesterday that there are companies that are starting to, here in India, to focus about how reducing the fuel, right? So now I will focus on how we can work on this since the planning of our wells. So when we are planning the well, as we all know, we have our daily activity or breakdown of activities, we have the time per activity, we have our rig specs, and we have the specs also, cementing truck, wireline trucks. So we can use actually all this data to be able to forecast what should be the emissions, not just by well or per section, but actually per activity. So let's say that I'm planning to have 2 wireline runs, and I can see actually in details how much CO2 emissions is going to have every run. So maybe then it will help me to take decisions such as I will actually go with LWD, or I can actually combine it and make just one stream and just do one run, so then I know how much emissions I'm reducing in that well. And this is very important because when we have the forecast also for the well, we will have a baseline, which will help us later in the second stage to do the measurement. So we can have in real time and also during all the execution, we can have what is the actually fuel consumption and what is the CO2 emissions associated with that. And then we move to the last stage, which is ACT. And why we call it ACT? Because then we compare our baselines versus the actual values, and then we can decide what are the next steps for the future wells. So what is the technology that can help us to reduce the emissions even further, or even the practices that we can do? And I will show you a couple of examples. We have started this in Ecuador and also in Middle East. So we have several case studies related to this. And I will show you, this is from a rig in Middle East, a land rig, which takes around 30 days to drill a well. And for that, we were using the fuel consumption by engine. We were using also the power generating by each of the engines. And we were doing also the correlation with the drilling parameters. All of that to be able to understand the from where the CO2 emissions are coming from. And here is the summary. So if we see quickly, right, we know that almost 64% of the emissions were coming from the surface equipment. With the surface equipment, we mean the shakers, the agitators, the lighting, the cams. So we quickly know where should we focus on. Once we have tackled that, the second stage is the pumps. So if we see the pumps, it's taking about 30% of it. So is this something that we can improve? Is it maybe we need to, is there any room to reduce the flow rate without compromising the well integrity? So these kind of questions that we can start asking ourselves in the what I show as the third step, the ACT step. Sorry, what was that? Power pack? Where were the engines? Oh, I don't know the specification of those engines. Yes. The question later? We can. Yes. Thank you. So then, moving to the second example, and this is for a jackup rig. And here they were tripping out. And as you can see, they were, oops, sorry. I pressed the wrong button. As you can see, they were using 3 generators. And the power consumption was not even 50% of the power generated. So in this case, by having the data on real time, they were able to define, like, OK, I don't need to have these 3 generators. I can have 2 generators. Right? And that was one comment that it was made in one of the presentations yesterday, too, that these are the things that we need to start thinking during monitoring, because then that's the decisions that can really help us to reduce the emissions during operations. Okay, now I'm moving to rig scheduling. And now let's think also about how we are doing normally the rig scheduling. Normally, we are using Excel or Microsoft Project. And I think we probably, all of us have been done some rig scheduling at some point. And it can take a lot of time, especially if we are talking about a large fleet, right? And with that comes a lot of issues, human errors of inputs. And if we want to create different scenarios, then that can take days, even weeks. So we can use AI also. And based on the constraints that we define and the goals that we want to have, we can also have an AI rig scheduling approach. And there are different things that can be done. These are some examples of applications that we have done. So, of course, scheduling for offshore, onshore rigs, but also jobs for plug and abandonment. Client wanted to see like vehicle routing, and that we did as well. But something that I'm seeing that is going to bring a lot of value, and I see more and more questions about it, is about how we can integrate our rig scheduling with our production. Right? So if we have our production curve, if we have our performance index of the well and of rate of return, we can then utilize this to create a rank of the jobs. So then it's not just about timing, but if we are in a workover and we are doing workovers and we need to improve our production, then we need to have both. So how we are going to have a more efficient schedule, but also how we are going to improve our production. And the last subject that I'm going to talk about is, and is again very aligned to the last presentation, is about rig automation. And here I'm going to focus on what are the workflows that we have developed for rig automation and also for downhole automation. So for rig automation, oops, sorry, I always get confused between the buttons. We have automated the pre-connections, the post-connections, also the drilling automations. So we make sure that we always have the best parameters to have the best performance, always have the best ROP. So the machine automatically will analyze how is the performance on your bit related to your formation, and then change the parameters accordingly to optimize the performance. Also, we need to think about stick and slip, shocks and vibration, hard stringers. And this is something that as soon as they see that this is happening, it will also change the parameters to mitigate it. And the benefit with this is that the reaction is very fast, right? This is something that right now we know that we are doing, we are mitigating, but it takes a little bit of time. And if the longer that we take to react will mean that we have higher risk to damage our bits and all directional tools. So that's one of the benefits with automation. If it reacts fast, then we are going to reduce also the risk for premature wear. And in regards to downhole automation, because we are taking control of this equipment at the rig site, we are taking control of the pumps, of the top drive, the drawers, and if there is an auto driller, also we are taking control of that. So in that case, we can also have automated downlinks, also survey QC, and the trajectory control. And yesterday in the YP presentation, it was mentioned that the next step to after automation is autonomy. Probably you have heard about autonomy directional drilling, and this is associated to it, right? Because now actually the system can evaluate what is your planned trajectory and versus your last survey, and where are you regarding to your plan, and where is the next step, what is the next direction, and what should be the downlink that you should be sending to the rotary steerable to be able to achieve your target. So as we have it, the system will think about it, will give the recommendation, and then it will be executed through automation. So that's all the presentation that I had. Thank you so much, and I'm open to questions now. There's one question here.
First of all, compliments to you for the nice presentation and very elaborate one. But I have got information about IIDC DPR reporting format, which used to be, I think, pretty old, 10, 15 years old. Nowadays, I don't know exactly what format it is, but whether we are having provision to clearly indicate the make, type, model of maybe casing support system, mudline suspension system, subsea wellhead or surface wellhead. Are we putting those details so that whenever you have to do any work core or you have to make the re-entries and all that, that time you should not land up into the problem. Similarly, if you have put some bridge plugs and all that, then what is the type, make, model of that particular thing? Is there any provision in the DPR of IIDC, standard DPR or model DPR of IIDC?
Okay, yes, I know that there is in 2020 was presented what they call a DDR Plus. That is the new version for the digital template. So I'm not sure if that new version has all the details that you were asking for.
Yeah, because especially these details must be invariably put up over there.
Okay.
Otherwise, at later stage, you just get lost in finding out exactly what was being used.
Okay. Yeah, I can take a look at that. One of the things about the system as well is like if there are codes or there are information that a company needs to have, also we can create also like different tabs to be sure that we are capturing that data too.
Yeah, good evening. Is that, okay, you have told about the flat time. Okay, so ILT. That is invisible lost time. Invisible lost time, ILT, okay? So just I want to know the flat time, how you're going to calculate because a flat time is generally not visible by virtue of the any machine part basically, or you cannot able to have a decoding on that, like BOP fitting, connections, whether they are going for the more ramming, BHA picking up, etc. That is not generally you can able to capture by virtue of any instruments on that. So how you are going to take the ILT in the flat time? That is a point number one. Point number two, service providers also. Like they also have some flat time, and whenever we are talking generally, we have okay, so my flat time was this much, say 3.5 hours of the BHA making up, but you are reporting it as a 7.5 hours. So how we can able to work out with the machine learning or with the help of data what you are capturing to make it. And another is ranking. Do you have anything on the ranking of the service providers or how you're doing it?
On the ranking?
Yeah.
What do you mean on the ranking?
Ranking means how they are performing. So performance plays an important role. So how the automations can able to give us the ranking on that?
Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you for the question. So yeah, flat time is still a challenge because if we have the rig state, we can know in details, right, what is the activity. So BHA, makeup, lay down, those still we can have. But BOP activities, at this point, we still depend on actually the supervisor are still putting as accurate the information that we can because we don't have a sensor that is telling us, right, like what are the times on wellhead or BOP. So that we still relied on how accurate the report is. And once we have that data, then what we do is that we compare the performance versus the previous wells, right? So if we know that a BOP, we are seeing that in average is taking 3 hours, but then in the next well it's taking 5 hours, then we know that something happened. So then maybe it's not even reported that there is some NPT or there were some issues, but it will start trigger questions of why it's taking more time. So this is what the approach that we are taking for flat time. For performance, I will say, because we do have different filters that we can use to do the benchmarking. So we can do filters, for example, for crew, for rig. We could create a filter as well for different companies. So then we can see, like, okay, with my third party, what is my ROP? And then I can easily compare to what is the ROP with other third party. So that's something we can do it with the filters, yes.
Like what Sir said about flat time, can't we have something like video analytics to determine the flat time in a more precise way? Like if you have a video analytics aided by artificial intelligence, it will capture everything into the system. And then you can have a more precise like correlation of flat time.
Yeah.
But actually, somebody is taking 2 hours, and somebody is taking 2.5 hours, and somebody is taking 4.5 hours. So here plays an important role to capture it and show them that, okay, this is your efficiency, what is.
Yes. And it's very good comment about the video analytics. That's something that we have been looking at, yes, like, because we are missing this flat time, right? So as you said, like, if we could use the CCTV to do this evaluation, we will have 100% automation and then the 100% automated analytics. I remember there was recently a question also, like, how can we use the CCTV and the video analytics at the rig floor to define if the connection practices for people is the correct one, right? So this is something that, yes, I think more and more we are getting used to this. More things we will see, different applications.
And about the rig scheduling, actually, for the offshore, has a lot of issues about the pug marks, type of rigs you have. So lot of combination is required to make the rig. So does that rig scheduling what you have shown, does it will cover that? And dynamically, well, if suppose that I will get a priority of oil production, and suddenly it will be changed to suppose that XYZ activity is more important, then how the rig scheduling can automatically work out on that, basically?
Yeah, so when we do the AI scheduler, we first understand, like, what are the constraints that you have. So is the weight that you want to put, right? For example, is we are focusing more, if we are focusing on the production, or I remember there was a question also, like, how can we integrate it with the weather forecast? Monsoon season and all of that. So if we have this different system and we can connect, actually, yes, we can put like a weight of how we should be the ranking. And once we understand, like, really what are the constraints because every project, every field has different constraints, right? So that's something that we need to understand. And what is our final goal? Is it about production? Is it about time? This is reducing the CO2 emissions. That can be another goal during the rig move. So all of this we understand, and then we put that together to make the best scheduling.
Okay, thank you.
Let me solve all your problems, Amit. Lot of new thinking coming. And he talked about connection time. He talked about TV. Now, this face recognition is going one step further. It's telling you the guy is angry, the guy is happy, the guy is, in a mood to work. That all will come. In fact, one day I'm saying we're going to have a rig which is so automated. It's like how you got your kitchen automated. It recognizes what mud weight it was. It will add the barite. It will put the there, you know. And one day you push a black button and say, I want to go there. It will go there. We're not there yet, but
Yes,
one day
we're
it will
not
come.
there. Yes, yes, that's the future.
Thank you, Ms. Pinke, for yet another interesting presentation in line with our conference theme, Drilling Smarter. I would like to call on stage Mr. Agarwal to present a memento to Ms. Pinke.
I forgot about the moment.
We would now like to invite on stage Mr. Kabir Lullah from IADC committee to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Agarwal. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Our next topic is delivering stakeholder return, HR, the enabler. Our moderator for the session is Mr. Tirthankar Khond, ED, HDS, OVL. May I please request him to join us on the moderator chair? Presenting this session, we have with us Mr. Vaibhav Mahajan, Region HR Manager, Asia Pacific, Halliburton. Vaibhav is a global HR professional with exposure as an HR generalist in multiple industries spread across geographies. Having worked with reputed organizations like Halliburton, SR Group, Citigroup, Pyramid Enterprises, Uflex Group, and Landmark Group, he has been exposed to global HR strategies. This has largely contributed to his success in driving businesses, resulting through HR strategies. As a person, Vaibhav is a strong communicator, a strategist, motivator, and loves to build and nurture strong teams. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for him, please.
Hello. Thank you, Vinny. Hello, everyone. It's absolute pleasure for me to be present amongst all you wonderful professionals here. On top of that, this place happens to be way more special for me. And the reason for that is while today I am based in Kuala Lumpur taking care of Asia Pacific region for Halliburton HR, this is the place where it all started. As many of us would say, Meri Janma Bhumi, Maji Karma Bhumi, Amchi Mumbai. So this is the place where I belong to, and this is where it all started for me. Now that you all know who I am, let's move to the more important aspect of why I am here. And that brings me to the objectives of the session. What I'll be doing is, now over the last 2 days, which is yesterday and today, we have seen multiple specialists talking about a lot of important topics which are very technical, and we got to know from them how the industry is moving forward, what are the needs of the industry. And I'm sure everybody would have noticed that though the conference is called as technical conference, though the presentations were technical presentations, at every point of time, there were topics coming up, comments coming up regarding shortage of talent, development of talent, need of talent for the future. And that's where the role of HR, along with all the stakeholders as a team, comes into picture. So to do that, what I'll be doing is, first, we will try to list the stakeholders for the organization, which I'm sure many of us are aware of, but we will go through each one of them. The second is to understand what are the key expectations that these stakeholders have from the organization. It could be any organization, any industry that we are operating into or running. And the third, the most important part, which I'm going to cover, is how to drive this journey to meet those expectations and what is direct or indirect role of HR in that. I would just request one cooperation from the audience over here. There would be times when I would request for certain opinions from you, which you can just share by raising your hand. Can we have hands raised to see? Perfect, this way. So to start, I want to do one small demo and would want to leave you with that thought, which we will refer later on when we pass through the presentation. I'll request from the audience, everybody who has passed their graduation before year 2000 in India, if you could please stand up for me, it's a request. If you could just stand up. Anybody who has passed graduation before 2000 in India. Thank you. Just stay standing. Remain standing, please. Now, out of all of you, whoever has heard of or knows Sri Ratan Tata as a name, if you could raise your hand. Good, 100%. Now the last question, I will not keep you standing long. The last question, hypothetically, imagine, go back to the initial stage of your career where you were 3 years of experience in any of your organization where you were working. Sri Ratan Tata was not part of your organization. But while you were working, he comes by, passes through, and just tells you, hey buddy, the thing that you are doing this way, do it this way. It will work better for you, and walks out. Anybody of you who would just follow that blindly, please sit down. If Sri Ratan Tata is telling you that, okay, do this, it will work well for you, anybody who would follow that, please sit down at that time. Yeah. So about 50% of the population, slowly I'm seeing slightly more who are still deciding whether should I follow him or should I not. No worries, thank you. So around 60 to 70% of the population we saw would follow if Sri Ratan Tata is saying something. He is not working with you, he is not your direct line manager, he is not controlling your career, but just because he is saying, without asking a question, you would follow that. I'll just request you to remember this point. We will refer this as we move forward in the presentation. The key stakeholders that we refer for any kind of organization, and there can be many, but we have tried to bucket it into the key ones. Shareholders, obviously the owners of the organization, people who would have invested money into the organization. Customers for whom every organization exists, right, to deliver whatever is needed. Government bodies, you cannot get away from it. We heard about the regulations that are in place specifically for our industry. Employees, I keep on saying that a company is nothing but a registered paper if it doesn't have employees. So the existence of the organization itself, it's its employees. And that's why they are the important stakeholders. The next two, while I have mentioned them separately, education system and society, and this is the area where we are going to focus on in our presentation today. Most of us would agree that education system is part of the society. But there is a reason why I have mentioned them separately over here, because there is a different kind of focus specifically on those that we need to get in, and that's why that mention is important. Now that we have listed these stakeholders, let us understand what are the expectations that these stakeholders have from the organization. Shareholders, sustainable ROI. We all know any investment you need ROI, right? But it's a sustainable ROI that any shareholders would expect, because when anybody is investing a money, would expect returns which are justified in a long-term period to stay invested. So it's sustainable ROI. Customers would expect sustainable and reliable product and service. So for me to remain associated with a company as a customer, I would expect that you should be able to provide me a particular service or product for consistently longer period of time, while maintaining or improving the quality and staying competitive on the pricing front. So all these factors are important if I need to be a loyal customer for your organization, and that is what a customer would expect as a stakeholder. Government bodies would expect you to be law-abiding, and sustainable way of operations is what we should be having. Here, everybody would have spoken about it, and we would have noticed it's very evident that there were times where the major part of it would be law-abiding. Of course, the laws would have certain aspects which would take care of the sustainability, but there was never so much of mention of sustainability, which now is coming, and that's why we are having sessions focused on ESG and sustainability on those aspects. So what government expects is law-abiding and sustainable way of operation. Employees, I'm sure most of us, except people who are owners or entrepreneurs here, are very well aware what they look for from the organization is sustainable and a fulfilling career. Sustainable because we want that we should be secure in an organization where we work for to ensure that the well-being of ourselves and our family is taken care of. But while, let's say, if I'm working with an organization which is sustainable, I can work over there for less 20 years, 25 years, but I do not get that satisfaction from the job. And that is where the second part comes in of fulfilling career. And as I said, I'm clubbing both of these, and this is where our focus is going to be of the future, wherein we really speak of what is going to be required ahead. And that is where I say society and education, what do they expect? Secure future for generations to come. And the kind of competitive environment that everybody lives in today, many a times, and there is nothing wrong in that, but it is because of the expectations that we have from key stakeholders, we tend to keep on focusing on immediate deliverables, because that is like a firefighting for all of us. Yeah? And that is where it is required that we kind of take step back where required, and also try to do some things which are required to focus on the future of generations. What is needed for this journey to secure future of generations? And we can go on listing, but I have tried, considering the 20 minutes of the session, that, okay, what are those 3 important things if we want to secure future generation? What are those 3 things which will be needed where we as a team can contribute to? Enough of opportunities, attractive environment, and capable talent. So if you see, if today we are able to create kind of situation wherein you would have enough of opportunities in years to come for the generations ahead, we ensure that there are enough opportunities. Now, while you would have enough of those opportunities, if those opportunities do not exist in an environment which is kind of welcoming, comforting, or attractive, generations would have multiple other alternatives to move from, and that is what one of the challenges that we keep on speaking about. So we will focus on that. What do we do to address that? And if you have opportunities, if you have good environment, but if you don't have capable talent, this sustenance is a problem. Because you have got opportunities, you have got people who are coming in, you are giving everything, but you are not getting the delivery that is expected, and that's where the sustenance becomes problem. And that's why you need capable talent to be available. Now, as we see, and I believe I can say this with a lot of responsibility, that if I see everyone who is associated with this forum today and yesterday, right from Mr. Arun Singh to Mr. O.P. Singh to Dr. Sushma Rawat and all of us that over here are, I would say this is the kind of largely the think tank of the industry who knows and who kind of drives the industry. If I put IIDC and these organizations and these representatives who are here can do that. Now, while we are having over here, if I wanted to ask, if you could raise a hand, how many of you feel or believe strongly that oil and gas industry is going to remain and going to grow or sustain really very well, let's say in 50 years from now? Anybody who believes that can raise a hand, that, okay, oil and gas industry would remain, would grow, and would do well in years to come. 50 years, yeah. Yeah, I just said years to come. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arun Kalre. So, no worries. It's an estimate, and there are way qualified people and agencies who have predicted, who have worked on that. So I am a newbie to say anything on that. But I am just trying to drive a thought process over here, which could give certain perspectives, may work, may not work. But largely what we saw over here, the think tank which is there, it itself is divided, wherein you have 50% of the people who are convinced that it would stay and do well. There are 50% of the people who are not convinced that it would stay and do well. So again, the agenda of my presentation is not any data, right? We have got, as I said, way more qualified professionals who would do that. But what I could say is, if we are talking of, we want to keep the talent, we want to engage the talent, we want to ensure that we have the right people in place, it is important that first of all, we as leaders of the organization, are we convinced that there is a future of our industry? And there are data which are available, which give both of picture, and it's on us, okay, which is the right picture. I'm not saying we need to over-market, but it is important that we realize, unless we educate people, unless we educate the new generation, people are blindfolded with whatever they hear across the globe. And there are more people who might not know much, talk more, and people like us over here who would really know the in-depth of it, but might not talk about it. And I'll drive to those thought processes. Yeah. So when I say it is important, if you see the title, to show the big picture, each industry operates differently. Each industry has got all its own core nitty-gritties, how they operate, their characteristics which are there. But it is also important that, because we are talking of what society expects from us and how do we secure future generations for this industry, it is important to understand that what are those few things which can be done to do that. And for that, when we talk of showing bigger picture, it is important to convert whatever future demand is there into an opportunity. Now, I'll take back to my question of oil and gas industry. When I speak of oil and gas industry, I'm referring to the global part of it, and I'm not referring only to India. So it is also important that when we are marketing the industry to the future generations, the scope is not limited to a particular pocket. See, every industry is at a different stage in different country. Every technology is at a different stage in a different country. So if we really make the world as our playground, maybe we will have different kind of opportunities to show to the future. So we have to ensure, first of all, very important point which I wanted to make here, which got covered today in morning's panel discussion, is about ensuring government support and favorable policies. So, and that was one of the points which I wanted to mention, that knowing today, and again, I am focusing on, because it is the leaders which we are having here today, I am focusing on those aspects, that knowing what is needed in next 20 years, what would, because see, changing government policy doesn't happen overnight, we all know. So there has to be part of our role as leaders to understand what are those changes which will be needed, and trying to influence or act on those right now, irrespective of whether we would be part of that industry at that time or not. Second is direct project sponsors for the future. This largely is happening because we spoke of few of the new technologies where people are working on and all those things. So that is largely happening, I would say. And the last one here in the indirect role is getting organizations ready for the future. In this, I refer to the internal structures, internal policies, process, etc. Now we as industry, or we as any organization, not necessarily our industry, general approach is a very reactive approach. There are few organizations who really grow well, who would be proactive in approach. When we look at our structures, our policies in place, these are something which are made for certain use at a certain point of time. So this realization is important, because we keep on hearing, right, no, as per process, this is not okay. As per policy, it is not okay. No, we cannot do this, is not allowed. And I'm sure many of you are thinking that you are the HR guy who also keeps on saying this multiple times. But it is also important to be conscious of the fact that yes, those policies, those processes are made by the organization for the success of the organization. And being conscious of that, when is the time to review them in current scenario? So that is one important aspect which has to be part of the daily cycle, is what I would say. Okay, on the direct role of HR, creating conducive environment. job analysis and work environment. Now I'll tell you what I'm trying to mention over here. There are only two things which I'm mentioning, job analysis and work environment shift. Now, important to understand, like I said, policy and process, we need to keep on thinking how do we change them at time to time. When we look at job descriptions, now technologies have got evolved. There would be times where we would have decided for delivering X kind of role, we need Y kind of qualification. Now, when it would have been made assuming that, okay, we need this kind of qualification for this kind of mindset, for this kind of know-how, because today we have this kind of technical support which is there. Over a period of time, as technology evolves, those support system changes, there could be a need to really understand that for this particular role, do we really need this kind of qualification, or is there something else we need? And I'll tell you why I'm raising this. It has got two-edged benefit, I would say, which is the cost part of it, as well as the employee engagement part of it. Because let's say if there is a role for which we mentioned there is a need of engineer which was decided, say, 10 years back. Today, with the technical kind of technology kind of advances which have happened, if that role can be delivered with a slightly less qualified person, there is a need to relook at it, because cost is one aspect wherein, okay, you are getting less qualified person for delivering that role. The second aspect is the engagement part of it, wherein we all know that as professionals we like to do the work which is more relevant and more associated with our kind of qualification, more in line where I can use my talent. Otherwise, we keep on hearing with nowadays with a lot of generations, right? Oh no, I am made to do a lot bigger things. I am not made to do this. I was not made to wear this coverall and go there and do this work, right? So it is important to take a call on where do we need to change those aspects. Work environment, and okay, I'll just come back on that. There is also important point to understand that the speed at which the technology is changing, the speed at which the world is changing, the speed at which the generations are changing. Because if there was a time where we could relook at the structures and policies in, say, once in 15 years, today could be a time that we need to relook at them in, say, 5 years, and there would be a time coming that wherein we might want to look at them maybe once in 2 years as well. Because it depends, it has to be flexible, because it depends on the pace at which your environment is changing, and we need to adapt to that environment because we cannot be resisting that environment. Now, when we speak of developing capabilities, I'm just saying I'm short of time, so I'll try to cover faster and I'll answer the questions. So we need to market oil and gas industry better is what I feel. Now, we spoke of Sri Ratan Tata. There are many such leaders whom we would be aware of, irrespective of whether we are from that industry or not. But we have really great leaders within our industry, and it's a question to think whether how many people from other industry know our leaders. I don't know if I'm able to communicate what I want to communicate. It's an important aspect that because people get followers. We speak of influencers today, and there is one small part which I'll show, but we do need to have a capability to effectively market our industry wherein we get better talent ahead. Working with education system to evolve curriculum apt for future. Again, when we are speaking of we are investing on projects or technology for future, if there is a way wherein we can start associating with colleges and universities to develop talent also in parallel, we would be maybe bridging that gap which we would have then when we have technology, okay, we need to hire fresh and then start training them as per the new technology which we have. And partnering with colleges, universities and development of students. Now here, what I'm trying to say is most of us, and I am the culprit of that as HR as well, that most of us would be visiting colleges, universities, when we have campus recruitments. Correct? And that's the only time we try to face. There will be very few who will be going to colleges and universities to give kind of guest lecture, to tell them, okay, what technology is and kind of engagement. But that is very few compared to the campus recruitment. I want to drive a thought process to different case. If we are talking of shortage of talent for future, is that the right time to go? Or we need to go maybe to the schools wherein people are in students are in 9th, 10th grade. That is where they are deciding which line they are going to go into. And I think there is a need today to influence that lot wherein they make up their decision, because today they would be hearing from outside, oh, oil and gas, there is a problem, the industry is going down, there is maybe not future of career. By the time you will pass out, it will be already 5 to 10 years gone. Just imagine what will be demand over there. We spoke of this maybe 15, 20 years back, and most of you will know better than me, of computer science coming in, whether mechanical engineers will be needed or electronics will be needed, or should we move towards that side? And we do need mechanical engineers today as well. So it is important that we educate that crowd at that time that we still are a competitive option in the industry and you need to choose us. Who will do this? A quick one, a clue. Anybody who knows this name, Elvish Yadav? If you can raise hand if you know this name, Elvish Yadav. Yeah, I can see hardly 5, 6 people off here. And this is the point which I'm trying to drive about oil and gas industry. Now, today's generation, we spoke of Sri Ratan Tata earlier, wherein you would have Sri Ratan Tata saying something and 60% of the earlier population would follow him just because he is saying. And Sri Ratan Tata would have spent decades building that credibility of his thought process, his thought leadership, due to which most of you or many of you chose to follow him, right? Today you have, so Elvish Yadav is nothing more than a YouTuber. Somebody who creates YouTube videos, who would have created certain YouTube videos over last maybe 1 year or 2 years, may not be adding any value to somebody's career or somebody's life like Sri Ratan Tata would have done. But within 2 years, he is able to build a kind of followership wherein a certain day he wants or his followers would end up getting 10,000 black Scorpios on the road at one point of time. And that's about being influencer. And that's what I'm trying to say is who will do this? Within the oil and industry, we need to have leaders who are influencers, who would be able to influence the decisions of the upcoming generation, who would be able to influence the people within our organization. And this cannot be done by one person at the top of the organization. And this is required to be done by each person who is leading a team. Even if it is one single person that I am supervising today, I am a leader for that particular individual. And I need to have a mindset of not a manager who is telling him what to do or get the thing done, because we define manager, somebody who gets the work done, right? Management, somebody who gets the work done. We need to go beyond that. How do I influence my team members' thought process to drive really for the future? And I'll summarize what I mentioned now is we need to develop leaders who are influencers, as I said. We need to understand today what will be needed in coming decades and not years and work towards it. And the most important thing which I summarize is we need to support and shape the following to get all ready for future. And what is that? Is youth and their choices, because this is the portion of population which is going to drive our industry, and we need to get the right youth in. So their choices need to be influenced, educational system needs to be influenced, and organizational structure needs to be influenced. Thank you very much. I'll end my presentation here and open for any questions.
Thank you very much, Vaibhav, for an excellent and elaborative and captivating presentation.
Thank you.
On a very relevant subject with reference to the present day world. I have a basic question before opening the session for question answers. All the challenges that you have spoken of in this presentation and the examples that you have cited, are they different for our industry compared to other industries? And if so, with reference to India especially, and if so, how?
Fantastic question. I would say when tsunami comes in, it affects everybody. It affects differently to each individual, right? So any change which is of a mammoth size would affect everybody. So it's not that it's affecting only our industry, but it is very relevant that it affects our industry differently compared to other industries. Now, when I say the kind of thought process, now, if I would not be wrong, if I would say in next 15 years, many of the leaders which I see today who have been driving the industry for last 30, 40 years could be kind of retiring. Now, when we see that there is, are we having enough of Mr. O.P. Singh, enough of Mr. Arun Karle, enough of Mrs. Sushma Rawat available to take up that drive ahead, and are they doing enough to have their next generation? And there are few industries which might be lagging behind, there are few industries which might be ahead in that. And that is where the gap comes in, that the challenge is same for all. How much it affects us is depend on how we are quickly adapting to that challenge. Thank you.
One question is about the generation.
Sorry, I'm not able to see who's asking. Okay, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so the one question is, as the big crew change is going on, whether in our industries or any other industries, so what we feel that generation gap.
Sorry, I'm not able to get
generation gap.
Yes.
Okay, whether it is a personal life or whether it is a professional life.
Correct.
Now here, what I observed that approach of new generation, okay, versus the experience of crew,
right,
but which is presently in the any industries. How to make a gap, fill the gap of that, because that plays a very important role.
Absolutely.
Because the approach, whether it is professional or personal,
correct,
of the new generation versus the old, and that generally we use as the generation gap. So how
Yes.
are you going to, what is your advice on that? To fill
Fantastic question. Thank you for that. Okay, let's be honest, in accepting this, many of us have said, right, in my time I used to do 36 days at a stretch. This today's generation can't. Do you accept that we have said this? Many of us? It's like any change coming in. If we try to resist it and differentiate ourselves from there, that is where we are building a big wall and we will not be able to influence them. And that is what I'm trying to say over here. It is important to understand that when we were operating in certain environment, our thought processes worked. Today, the environment has changed, the generation has changed, their preferences have changed, and the earlier we accept it and then try to find what are the strengths of this generation which can be molded along with my thought processes or my strength, that is where we will strike the right balance of generation. But it cannot happen in one conversation. And that's what I am trying to say, that today we need to think for 20 years ahead and start doing it on daily basis when I interact my daily conversation with my team on daily basis. So when I speak to my team member, if I'm speaking only of what happened today, did we finish that work, is that result showing okay, are the data showing enough monitoring, is the correct? That is not the enough conversation. We need to have daily conversations with them. How do you see yourself in future in next 5 years, and what are the new things which you would want to do apart from this? And I think that is where you can give inputs based on your experience. Of course, those inputs were relevant then, might be relevant today, but need to be molded as per today's requirement.
I have a quick
Yes, sir.
question for you. I have a quick question for you.
Yes,
you
please.
really were focusing on the influencers. You know, when you talk of digital marketing, about 8 years ago, postal relevant digital marketing would go in. You know, for example, in the States, if you had someone who was in Naira Energy, you could focus your marketing. Now that technology is quite widespread. I'm sorry. Similarly, when we recruit people, I wanted to ask, is there technology available today that you actually start profiling people from Google, Facebook, Instagram? Because everything is in the public domain, right from the time a small kid has a computer in his hand. You start figuring out people, and is the technology available for you to start recruiting based on people's likes, personalities? Is that technology available right now, and is HR leveraging it? Because this is a very important thing for people who are going to grow organizations.
Correct.
And if they are, what are the tools available?
Sure. It's a very important question. Sir, I'll just take 2 minutes to answer that and I'll come to you. It's a very relevant question. So when we speak of technologies, the technology on the HR front is also evolving. So there are leaders who are now working on artificial intelligence, which would try to collate the data from all multiple platforms, which, like you said, would give data about their likes, dislikes, and accordingly you try to profile a person whether he or she is how suitable for you. However, there is one sensitive aspect to it, and it's easier said than done, because when we speak of global environment or global laws, there are a lot of restrictions which are there in terms of how much you can intervene in somebody's personal profile or personal data kind of thing. So there are tools, but are they equipped enough today? May not be. I have not seen those. Sir.
Well, I'm having tough time getting up nowadays, but Very, very nice presentation. Very, very thought-provoking. Let me tell you a few things what we're doing.
Sure.
One of the things you talked about training people. So with Mike's initiative, we have 2 IDC student chapters, and we're taking these students to different conferences. And I must tell you that we also have a program where we take the students for 6 months of internship.
Right.
And I've given 2 webinars on hurricane, and they were all run by those students. I just was a figurehead behind, but they did all the research, they put all the PowerPoint presentation. So what we need to do is, with these students, in order to promote our oil industry, we need to get with ESG with them. And we need to tell that, hey, our oil industry is not bad, you know. We're doing these things, and we're reducing.
Right.
And that's what we need to push.
Agreed.
And as far as getting the leaders, when we kind of interact with them, we find the leaders. But we need to make more leaders also.
So that's what I would want to say. And I have been observant over the last 2 days, and let me tell you the kind of, and I don't know you personally, right? We have not met or we have not interacted ever before. But from my observation, I can say that the kind of years that you would have spent in industry, I could automatically see a kind of followers following you on multiple forums. So I think that's a commendable work that you have done, and that's why you have those followers whom you have created over a period of time. The only point I'm trying to raise or mention over here is, sir, that those followers which earlier were created over 20 years of hard work, today the patience that the younger generation has had so less that maybe we need to work at making that impact within 2 years.
Tough one.
It is. I agree it's a tough one, but we will have to start somewhere.
I think we can do it. What we need to do is we need to have more interaction. And
Absolutely.
I was just talking to some of the people, you know, we got a bunch of retired ONGC guys, and I'm trying to push them to get into the university and part some of your knowledge, their knowledge, and we need to generate more people.
Absolutely, sir.
We need to generate more people like you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye.
Can we have the last question for the session, please?
Small question.
Sure, sir.
Being an HR expert, of course, wonderful talk you have given. We are all impressed. And you have fairly good idea about IADC, I think, and also about ONGC. I have got to ask you one small question. Why, whether it is ONGC or maybe any other Maharatna and Navratna companies, we find that they are not able to fill the key positions in time. So people superannuate, but the
Correct.
place remains vacant, and thereby damaging the organization to a large extent. What is the reason for this?
Agree. So I'll summarize your question and let me know if I've understood it correctly. What you're saying is that in spite of organizations having existence for such long time, we end up taking a lot of time to filling key positions. We end up not getting enough of people to fill in the key positions. Yeah. So here I will say it's a continuous process, and that's what today the whole thing which I was saying, wherein how do we build the pipeline? Because today when you have to fill a certain role, not necessarily you will be able to attract the right talent that you need for that role. You might get somebody to fill in, to sit at this chair, but the kind of expectations that we have from the role, and most of the times those expectations are so sometimes well defined and sometimes so vague, because it's an imagination. No, I need this kind of person, and that's where the gap happens if it's not continually developed. And that's why the solution to this is more of developing people internally, because you cannot have, see, the best fit for your requirement is something that you have created yourself. Nobody else can create something as great as you would create for yourself. And that's why the leadership pipeline that you would be able to develop within your organization, that is the best way to fill in your requirements at senior levels, I would say.
Yeah, developing people internally also would need HR intervention at different point in time.
Completely agree.
So that's not happening. That's the And where is the gap? What do you think with your expertise?
Correct. And because of the shortage of time, I didn't cover one point which I wanted to mention, and I'll just take to just to ensure that I answer that question. 5 M's of management we speak of: men, machine, material, money, method. Whenever we speak of any kind of investment on, let's say, machine, let's say method, what is the thing that we speak of? How much is it going to impact my EBITDA? How much percent it will impact my EBITDA, apart from returns on investment, right? And when the percentage is too low or relevant, we kind of go ahead and take the decision, okay, let's go ahead. It's not a great impact on my EBITDA. So if something is not going to give returns, but still if it is necessary, we will go ahead if it's not going to be a great negative impact. But whenever we speak of any kind of employee related thing, which is the men part of it, we do not speak of percentage impact on EBITDA, because percentage it will always be less. What we speak of, do we really need to spend this many dollars right now? And this is a statement which I am making, which may not be really general to all, but if I have to compare, it would come in many times. And it is, I would say, when we speak of development of people, it's a partnership. And that's why I had mentioned indirect and direct role of HR. So I would not shy away from taking responsibility of it. Yes, HR has to play an important role, because HR is in a position where you are really able to influence the right stakeholders if you have the right thought process yourself to drive that. But it is also important that the right balance between HR and all the stakeholders to take that decision. That do we go ahead with that kind of investment for development?
So HR, when you're talking, you are talking a bit, you're talking about man-machine mechanism and all. But I mean, this is a question which I keep on thinking about. And of course, being a NOC, there is a slight difference in the way we approach the business. Do you think HR should be a part of the strategy, or for the company, for the nation, and for the industry in which it is? Or does HR remain, just a little bit removed, detached? So what is your answer? I mean, should it be a part of the company strategy, or whether HR at all thinks about a company strategy?
Yeah. So I would say a value to any function comes by the person who is driving that particular function. And if I have to generalize whether it should be, yes, it should be. But it is also important that you have the right person to create that value. And I'll tell you why, because I think you were not there during my presentation, and I would have tried to maybe few of the part of the question would have got answered, wherein I am speaking of what is needed 20 years or 24 years down the line, and what is it that as an organization, including HR and including other functions, we can do to ensure that we have the generation gap being built up, we have people ready and choosing our industry for the future, which currently we all said over the period of time that they are diverting. So I did mention that. Now, when I mentioned that, that is part of strategy, right? Because we are talking of strategy is nothing but something that we think of today for future. And that is what as HR I'm trying to say here today, that yes, HR needs to be part of strategy, and HR needs to own that. We cannot be blaming, see, I am not being part of strategy, they didn't call me for this meeting. It cannot be. It's by the person who would create that value, wherein the leadership feels, no, if I get him or her inside in this meeting, he or she would add value. So it does need to be part of the strategy, but it depends on the person who would be able to deliver that value if he or she is included.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahajan, for enlightening us on human factor through your presentation. We would now like to call on stage Mr. Cons to present a memento to Mr. Mahajan as a token of our appreciation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
We would also like to
you all.
call on stage Mr. Sanjay Kullar, CGM Drilling ONGC and member of IADC, to present a memento to Mr. Khan, please. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And with this, we come to the last part of this event, the valedictory and the closing remarks. We would like to call on stage Mr. O.P. Singh, Ms. Sushma Rawat, and Mr. Mike Dupos. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause as we welcome them on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now request Mr. Mike Dupos, VP IADC Houston, to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. And I must say, trying to consolidate and compact 25 years of learning, experience, the journey that we have been on here as a chapter into 1.5 days, it's been very challenging. But it's been a tremendous event. I think we owe a tremendous round of applause to all of our presenters, panelists, and moderators. Thank you so much. To put these presentations together to deliver a 30, 40-minute presentation, as we all know, it takes hours to get your graphics correct, to get your slides correct, to do a bit of rehearsal. And at IEDC, we understand and appreciate that everybody in this room has a day job. You have commitments to your company, you have commitments to your customers, and therefore we understand that your time and your treasure to give to IEDC is greatly appreciated, because that, friends, is what brings us together and makes events like this possible. So we're truly grateful. The other thing I wanted to touch on is we heard a bit at the end there about future generations, future leaders. With the help of the South Central Asia chapter, with the backing from Mr. Singh, we've been able to establish, develop, and now we are well on the journey with 2 student chapters here in India. We're very pleased to have been able to sponsor a number of students here over the last couple of days. I've had an opportunity to visit with a couple of them, and I believe they have found it truly enlightening. A couple of things I would mention with that. First and foremost is a lot of young people, as we heard again in the last presentation, believe very strongly everything they see and hear and read on social media. Now, I'm not a social media guy, it's not my thing, but we do understand there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of disinformation out there. A lot of which would lead a young person to believe that starting next Tuesday, the world's never going to need another barrel of oil and gas. And I'll tell you, friends, that's simply not true. The transportation system of the world operates on oil and gas and will likely continue. Now, we also have a duty to be good stewards of the environment, and we shouldn't let that opportunity pass. We should and must continue to strive to ever push the boundaries of environmental stewardship. The other thing that I hope that they have been able to receive, the students, is this is a global industry. India needs your time and your talent. They desperately need good leadership going forward. But if you choose and your career path offers you the opportunity to go and work elsewhere in the world, you should seize that opportunity. Because having worked a number of different places around the world, it's just been a tremendous boost to learn more and hopefully to become a better global citizen than perhaps you would be if one stayed in their own backyard. So hopefully the students have been encouraged by what they've seen and what they've heard here over the last couple of days. We certainly appreciate the faculty advisors who helped to facilitate getting them here, and Mr. Arun Carley and his staff have been instrumental in making those arrangements. We're very appreciative of the leadership of ONGC. Having the chairman and managing director on video yesterday is truly inspiring, and we should all take heart in the fact that they would give up their time to travel here to be with us and to help show us the way. So we're very appreciative of that. The other thing that I wish to add is that we have seen this wonderful setup, the organization, the stage. I did have an opportunity, Mr. V.V. Prasad, to set in briefly for a moment on one of the planning meetings that was taking place the other day at ONGC, kind of the final wrap-up. So for every one of us that see what I would suggest is the forward face of this event, we need to thank those behind the scenes who have worked tremendously hard to put all of this together. Everything that you have seen, everything that you have heard, our presenter and moderator over the last couple of days, she has done a brilliant job. So please let us join together for a round of applause. It's always a pleasure for me to come here because of the spirit and the camaraderie and the enthusiasm. It's great to see old friends, dear friends, and certainly it's fantastic to meet new friends. So again, we appreciate your attendance here. We think that it has been an invaluable experience for all of us. And so again, we appreciate everybody's contribution, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeBose. We would now like to request our guest of honor, Ms. Sushma Rawat, Director Exploration, ONGC, to kindly say a few words and address the gathering.
Respected Singh Saab, Director, TNFS, Mr. Mike DuBois, all the organizers from IADC, the panelists who've been here, the presenters who've been here sharing their ideas, their work, a lot of company people bringing in technologies, bringing in concepts, and the students of which Mr. DuBois has been talking. For me, this is the first time, and I would have loved to be here yesterday learning more and more. And when I say students, I include myself in that because I don't know a lot of things, and this has been a learning stage for, in fact, you know, the journey, I think, for each one of us has been a journey of learning more and more about my own subject, more about what I can do with it, more about the other subjects. So, you know, platforms like these, conferences like this, they bring in a lot of value addition into the work which the oil and gas industry is doing. There was once a technical interaction with one of the MNCs, and I was suddenly asked to speak in it. I did not know that I was supposed to. And then they said, if you could briefly tell about your strategy or your concept of oil and gas, especially the Indian or ONGC's, you know, concept of oil and gas. So I thought, and I just said something which later on made a lot of meaning. I said, you know, what we look forward to or what we are striving for is image better, drill deeper, and monetize faster. So for us, I mean, from the GNG world or from the exploration and the geosciences world, That is what we do all our life. We try to improve the visualization of the subsurface of what is unknown, unseen. And all the data acquisition, all the data analysis goes into improving the understanding of the model, of the understanding that we have about the subsurface. It goes to, removal of uncertainties, reduction of uncertainties. It goes into risk mitigation. And it goes to the building of the concepts on which we release our locations. And I say this, no matter how much amount of knowledge I have, no matter how much amount of understanding I have, till the time it is actually put in practice, till the time it is actually implemented and realized, it remains a concept, it remains a hypothesis. So that is where drilling comes for me, because I can release n number of locations, but till the time it is drilled, it is probed, it is proven, my model just remains a model. So there are so many aspects to drilling which I always found fascinating. There are so many aspects which, as we were talking in the morning, there are a lot of frontiers. Just for people who've gathered here, the kind of, I was saying, India, the kind of geology and geomorphology we have in India. We have 26 sedimentary basins, and I think more than 16 or 17 types of tectonic settings. We are looking into areas which are very shallow, but we are also looking for deeper plays. The shallow ones, the easier ones, we have discovered, we have developed, but the deeper plays, they still remain a challenge in terms of the technology, in terms of the understanding for us. So again, IADC becomes a platform wherein we can, knowing these challenges, we can set our goals and set our sights on what we can address and what needs to be addressed in the future. In fact, in the sphere of R&D, these are the things which come out of having discussions and presentations. Also, I think the human aspect of it, the other resources being, I always believe, no matter what is the technique or the technology, it is the man behind the machine that makes the difference. And, the development of human resources, the pipeline to positions of responsibility, I would say, that is all a part of the strategy, of the part of the planning that we need to pay a little bit more focus on. Along with the students who have come here, we, within ONGC, we would like to invite them for interactions, for niche technologies, which can be implemented, which can be improved upon. And for the drilling teams, even your student staff chapters, because we have a lot of subsurface 3D geological and reservoir models which get built up. So, from exploration, I would even extend the accessibility of these institute to your student chapters, so that they can have, and in case you're going for geosteering in the near future, they can have a 3D visualization of what kind of a subsurface they are looking into. So I'm really thankful for learning whatever I have learned, and also thankful that a subject of diversity and inclusivity was a part of such a discussion, such a gathering. And I hope that we do get to see more of, if I just talk about the gender diversity, I hope next time I get to see more of those people. Within ONGC, we are in a the strength of around 27 or 28,000 people. There are about 7,000 women employees. So it's not a very big number, but I know when I had joined, it was around less than 2%. So right now, it is around 7.8. But I think the competency is the thing that we should all be working towards, and hope to meet IADC team and people who attend IADC conferences and meetings more often. So thank you so much for having me here. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rawat. We would now like to request Mr. O.P. Singh to felicitate Ms. Rawat and Mr. DeBose, please. We would like you to felicitate them with a memento, and then we would call you for the concluding address. May I request you to kindly present a memento to Mr. Mike DeBose? May I also request Mr. O.P. Singh to present a memento to Ms. Sushma Rawat, please? Before we can move ahead to the concluding address, we would just like to, on behalf of this entire house, I would like to say a big thank you to Mr. O.P. Singh, Chairman, SCA Chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, our chairman, as some of his old colleagues remember him from 90s, was a driller with conviction, courage and knowledge, and a people's man. It is very evident from the day he has taken over as head of drilling fraternity, as director TNFS, and as a chairman of the chapter, his first question at the first meeting was, are our initiatives, knowledge reaching to the last man standing on the rigs, offshore and onshore, the roustabout, the roughneck? Therein he convinced and led from the front in introducing Doric, an all-people event across hundreds of installations to share accident, incident, events, and lessons learned. This, as industry veterans say, led to an unprecedented people movement and participation. During the global COVID crisis, he got the industry together almost every day and worked with our stakeholders to keep the drill machine on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to him and learn from the decadal experience. When I invite him on stage, let's give him a huge round of applause.
Respected Bose Sahab, Pandey Sahab,
Mahavar Sahab, Athawale Sir, Chandra Sahab, Joshi Sahab, Ratan Chakravarti ji, and all other veterans from our industry. Key executives from ONGC, my dear colleagues from IADC SCA chapter, ladies, gentlemen, and fellow ONGCians. Very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I am so pleased and I am so thankful from core of my heart to all these drilling stalwarts who have come here, who is here for 2 days to encourage this IADC fraternity and entire drilling team of ONGC and Indian subcontinent. So, sir, I am very, very thankful to all of you. Regarding, I missed most of the technical sessions, so certainly I missed a lot, but I have asked the organizers that I am going to get all the presentation copy, and I will be going through it to see what new things have been presented and where we need to improve and inculcate good habits and good things in ONGC way of working and overall betterment for the industry. I would like to start with yesterday's address of ONGC, my beloved chairman, Sri Singh, who said that E&P industry is drilling, drilling, drilling. But he also threw a big expectation from all of us when he said that safety, performance, productivity, and efficiency, these will be the four pillars for we drillers. So certainly, friends, as a team, because when I talk from this IADC forum, I am not a ONGCian. I am from drilling team of the industry, and as a team, what our chairman has suggested us, we are going to achieve it. Because he rightly said that now rig rates have gone up like anything. I mean, we are going to award few rigs, offshore rigs, and the rates at which we are going to award these rigs, we had not done in last 5 or maybe 8 years. So if our cost is increasing, it has to be compensated by improved efficiency. I was reading one article of Rystad where they have mentioned that overall in the drilling industry, drilling cost has increased by 30 to 40% due to increase in day rates, due to increase in service cost, due to increase in steel cost, and so on. But all the operators and drilling contractors, they have come together. They have made their wage, and they have compensated this 30%, 35% increase in drilling cost by improving efficiency. So, friends, we are here, and we are also going to discuss, going to collaborate, and going to coordinate how we are going to improve our efficiency. That's why I was talking to some of the CEOs of drilling contractor. I have proposed that from now onwards, every quarter, we should have a CEO meet, and I will be present in that meet. So, I mean, we are going to start from this quarter itself. And every quarter, we are going to meet with all the CEOs. We are going to discuss what issues we have, what difficulty we are facing, and how we can improve our efficiency and how we can improve our safety postures. Again, I will refer my board colleagues, Pankaj Kumarji, who yesterday mentioned in his opening remarks that unless we drill a healthy well, there is no point of drilling a well. Because we are drilling the well to accrete, we are drilling the well to produce, and to produce larger volume. So if we are not able to drill healthy wells, I don't know if asset managers are here or not, but they expect that if we are drilling the well, their well should produce. So, friends, we have to improve on efficiency, we have to improve on our processes to ensure that we are able to drill healthy well that will be producing more volume of hydrocarbon. As I said, I have missed most of the technical session, but today I attended few sessions, and especially this female forum for diversity and inclusiveness. That was very impactful and extremely effective session. And there were few takeaways from that session, and both Sahab, all our seniors are here. I'd like to share that there was a time when in drilling vacancy it was written that female are not allowed. Am I correct, sir? But now we have removed everything. Now it's not written there, and we have many drilling engineers in ONGC, and they are also working in the field on the sites. And in production and other platforms, we have good number of ladies drilling engineers who are doing continuously on and off duty. So, I mean, now we have broken that barrier. One point that came out, and I agree completely, that overprotective approach by seniors towards female employees, that's really barring them to get on-hands experience. Because you can read the drilling engineering book, but unless you have worked on the rig, you will not be a good driller. I have seen when I was working in Brazil for one OVL project, and we had hired a rig, transocean driller. It was a transocean rig, and I visited the rig, then I saw one lady, she is working on the monkey boat. I was very much surprised. What she is doing there? So when she came down, when we were taking lunch, I asked him that, who are you, and like that. Then she told that I am an engineer with a management degree. Sorry. And I have been chosen to be the drilling superintendent of this rig, transocean driller, and I am going to take over this rig in 6 months' time. But as per transocean policy, before taking over any such important assignment, you have to be fully aware and you have to be fully convergent with all the drilling practices. So she was on the rig, she was doing 28 days on off, and she was working at the monkey boat, she was working at the rotary, she was working in engine room, she was working in pump room, and she as per transocean policy, you have to be a competent driller, then only you will be a drilling superintendent. So this 6 months or 1 year experience, she will be getting on the rig, and then she was going to take over as drilling superintendent of this transocean driller. So I was amazed that engineering graduate with management degree, and she is working as a roughneck, as a derrickman, as a pumpman, as a motorman. So this is true for us. This is true for our young engineers, that for initial years, you have to work hard, you have to gain hands-on experience, then only you are going to get more responsibility and higher positions and very accountable positions. So again, Prasad is here, Sanjay Bhatt. I always talking to them that we have few drilling engineers, female drilling engineers in ONGC here in Mumbai, send them to the rig. But again, overprotective attitude that no, they are ladies, how they will be working there. So all of you, all HDS are here. If you have any female drilling engineers with you, give them enough hands-on experience, enough exposure of the field. And Abhishek has shown the presentation of new drilling rigs. They are even female drilling engineers, they can drive these rigs like anything. So it's an added advantage for all our female drilling engineers. Regarding accommodation of female employees at the rig, certainly it's a challenge. Onshore is a bigger challenge. Offshore is not so much. But when I was working in Brazil, again I will refer here Brazil, around 25 to 30% crew were female. Complete catering crew, only female. Doctor, female. Radio operator, female. So there are more than 30% population on any drilling rig in Brazil is manned by female employees. So why we cannot do here in India? Now you are talking about diversity. Certainly we can do. So I request all the service companies, you send, if you have female engineers, you send them to our jackup rigs. And we had a meeting earlier also in one of the IADC forum. There we had decided that we will be preparing few rigs where we will have very good and suitable arrangements to accommodate female employees, either it's from ONGC or from contractors. So please encourage your female employees to go to offshore, work on the rigs, and become better and better in E&P business. I was one of the HR person, he was giving the presentation, and he referred that man, machine, and money. He added two more, but I am talking about only these three, man, machine, and money. These are very important in our drilling business also, because for men, our focus is on safety. None of our employees should be hurt, even minor one. Machine, we have to keep our equipment in a very good shape. Regular maintenance, regular upkeep of the equipment, and then comes the money. So this money is for our asset managers. You give them very good performance. You give them good wells so they can produce more. So if you are able to drill the well at lesser cost, that's the money for them. They are getting value for their money. Mike DuBose has already mentioned about a student chapter, and our two chapters are doing excellent. And I'm very thankful to Mike and IADC Houston, the way you are supporting our student chapter. That's going to go in a long way. But here again, I have a submission to all of you, all our business partners, that please give them opportunity. A student of petroleum institutes, give them opportunity for vocational training at your rig, hands-on training. ensure their safety first, but they should be given exposure because now there is a big brain drain in the industry. We were talking to some of the CEOs who are telling that due to amassing of risks in Qatar, in Dubai and Saudi, they are trying to brain drain our talent from India, experienced hands. So we have to make up this gap, and this gap we can fill only by giving good training to all these petroleum engineers and providing them opportunity to learn this business. And when they are passing from the college, at that time, they are well confident that they will be able to work on any drilling rigs. So this is my humble submission to all of you. And one of the presenters said that a strategy means looking for future. I completely agree with him. And now our drilling fraternity, we should have a strategy. How we are going to sail in future. How we are going to navigate in our future. Whether it's rig vintage, regulatory framework, efficiency, safety. So we should have a foolproof strategy for maybe 5 years, 10 years, and I would like CDAs and all, you should sit together and we should have a strategy. What is our future plans? I was told that Driller Roundtable Conference, it was a big bang, great success. Although I missed it, but certainly I am going through the entire video, what was discussed. And if there is any lesson to be taken from that or any corrective measures to be done, that will be done. Sushma ji very rightly said that drill deeper, accrete. But I will like, in one of the forum, our honorable chairman has said that as a driller, your target should be drill safer and faster. So no compromise on safety, but also no compromise on meterage. We have to be very safe, but we have to drill fast. Because if we want to reduce our drilling cost, faster drilling is the only option. And lastly, I have seen the presentation, although partly, of this new generation rig. And I loved one sentence, what Abhishek Thakur said, that technology is not for performance, but for safety. And I completely agree. Completely agree. Technology will certainly give you performance, but if you are inducting the technology for safety, then performance will itself come. Because safety and performance, safety and efficiency, it's completely interlinked. If you are safe, you are going to perform better, because we have seen a single incident demotivate the entire team. At the last, I am very thankful to entire IADC SCA chapter team. The way they have organized this event, and our ONGC Mumbai team, both have worked cohesively, they have coordinated the things, and there was a great collaboration. That's why this event has come in such a grand shape. Yesterday I was not here, but I was getting feedback from many of our colleagues that it has been organized in a very efficient way. And I remember the words of Mike DeBose, that when I talked to him that, Mike, how is this event going on? then he told that it's extremely, extremely grand. So thanks my team, IADC, SCA chapter and Mumbai team for organizing this event in such a grand way. And before concluding, again I request our veterans, all ex-chairmen and mentors, that, sir, we need your guidance, we need your mentoring for this IADC forum, because we want to do more, we want to go in a big way, we want to achieve a greater height that cannot be done without your guidance and mentoring. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for enriching us with your experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Narendra Jindal, Vice Chairman, IADC SCA Chapter, and Joel Shaji, Secretary, IADC SCA Chapter, to present a memento and felicitate Mr. O.P. Singh. May we request Mr. Mike Dubose also to join them for a photo opportunity, please? Can we have a photo opportunity, gentlemen and lady? Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We would now like to request Mr. Narendra Jindal, Vice Chairman, IADC SCA Chapter, to give a vote. Yes? Yes, of course. Can we have everybody on stage? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We would now like to request Mr. Narendra Jindal, Vice Chairman, IADC SCA Chapter, to kindly give a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. This was not in the agenda, but as usual has been handed over to me. So if I forget somebody's name, please excuse me. But before we wrap up this beautiful or long technical cum Silver Jubilee celebration, I think it is very, very necessary that we must thank those who has participated and contributed. Most of my job has already been done by Sri O.P. Singh, our chairman, but whatever is I can do. So first of all, I thank Mr. Arun Kumar Singh ji, Chairman ONGC, who has kindly consented to be our chief guest and deliver a very important lecture yesterday. I thank Mr. Pankaj Kumar ji, Director Production, who was guest of honor and deliver his valuable lecture. Mrs. Sushma Rawat, Director Exploration, who was chairperson for the diversity and inclusivity. I think this is the first time we did this session with your help, madam, and I think your collaboration and help we will require in future in IADC whenever we have the technical session. The people who has traveled from all over world, first of all, our Senior Vice President Mike Dubos from Houston, he has been inspiration for all of us. Whenever we have the technology meet, I call him and he's ready to come and travel to India all the way from Houston to here. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Lars, excellent session what you conducted Lars yesterday for the dealers. I think this was the first time I have been associated with this chapter last 25 years, and it was very, very valuable. Everybody could speak what are the difficulties and how we can probably think about solving those things. Our chairman, Mr. O.P. Singh ji, Director Technical and Field Sport. Without him, I don't think we could have done whatever we have done. We could have achieved whatever we have achieved. Since he has become our chairman of this chapter, I think this chapter was already vibrant, but that now it is in the next level. Yesterday, I was talking to some of my friends, colleagues, who has traveled from outside. They have been attending IADC session all over the world, and some of the comment I said that this is the IADC event they have never seen in the past. So I would request all of you to stand up and give a round of standing ovation to Mr. O.P. Singh ji, our chairman and inspiration for this chapter. I must thank our founder member who has vision 25 years ago to form this chapter, and so far we have come up to this stage, and I am sure we will go ahead. Mr. Sam Malhotra, who was there yesterday, Mr. UN Bose, sir, you are here. Mr. Naresh Kumarji, he is here. Mr. K.L. Batra is not here today, but he was there yesterday. Our veteran and young founder, Arun Karleji. Yes. So you will not believe in this Silver Jubilee and 37 technological meet, the highest physical work has been done by Mr. Arun Karle. So give him a round of applause. Our mentor, Sri V.V. Prasad ji and Sri Khullar ji and other ONGCN who has helped. You will not believe this we started only a month ago. And this, to me, arranging this type of conference is much more than arranging a girl's daughter marriage. And this definitely would have not been possible without his mentorship, and his physical presence and guidance has done this possible. Otherwise, it would have not been. Thank you, sir. Our IADC members who has managed Kabir, Nirmal, Jubair, Deepti, Sanika, Sobha and Vikram, who has worked tirelessly day in, day out to manage this. Our all delegates who has come all over the places and be here and make it a grand success. I was, to be very frank, was not thinking that second day post-lunch we will have the gathering we have today. So that shows their commitment and collaboration. Special name to Ms. Pamela, who came travel all the way and accepted our request to deliver this very beautiful lecture. Kurt Hoffman, who was present in the dinner conference. Manav Agarwal, who was present in the dinner conference. Ravi Sethji. Ahmed Abdali, who was present in the Ramesh Venkat. Doug, David, and Mr. Venkat from Aban. So they were all there in those conferences and participated and deliberated these things. Last but not the least, all our conference partners. Without them, this type of thing would have not been possible. And I would request, we are committed to make this chapter more vibrant. We will have more Doric meeting, onshore, offshore, west coast, east coast, northeast. We will have more technology conferences which will benefit to improve safety, efficiency in the oil field. And we also request all our partners to come forward and help us in partnership. The biggest partner, yes, the diamond category was done by none other than ONGC. Clap for them. Sapphire vintage drilling. Ruby sponsor were self-drilling and ADAS. Delegate kit by Foresight Drilling. Emerald by Jindal Drilling. And Topaz, Schlumberger, Avan, Dynamic, Great Sheep. And Crystal was Transocean, Cupo, and DSI. So when I was approaching, because I was the head of this money collection committee, some of our friends and colleagues says, no, we were not aware of the Silver Jubilee celebration. We would be very happy to participate. And we assure you that in next year budget 2024, we will have in the budget for the IADC. So I request all of you that we want to conduct a Doric, we want to conduct technology meet, we want to conduct more collaborative sessions, but your help and partnership will be required. Thank you very much. If I have forgot anybody's name, excuse me. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jindal. Ladies and gentlemen, this was IADC South Central Asia Chapter's Silver Jubilee 37th Technology Conference and Exhibition. What a phenomenal 2 days we've had here. Let's quickly have a look at some of the captured moments.
We are celebrating the 25th Silver Jubilee of IADC South Central Asia Chapter.
This is my first time to AEDC event in India.
Presentations will be very interesting to see what's coming up and what's new.
It will make us aware of the new technologies and so that we can implement it in the practical fields.
To have enriched knowledge from the experienced person.
We look forward to see what new ideas and new technologies
we can implement in drilling to improve our efficiency for Asia and specifically for India.
It's a professional industry event, and we have been a part of this event for many years. So it's a well conducted event, and it's an event that we all look forward to from the industry. IADC.
IADC will definitely flourish.
Victory for IADC. IADC, well done. IADC, you got to do this. IADC. IADC.
IADC, go for it.
IADC. If we'll talk about this IADC, I mean, it goes long back in 1998. At that time, I was working in Mumbai, and I was in the office. I was working with Mr. Jaju, you know. So we were in the first IADC. We were the one young engineers. We used to come for before any IADC meet here, technology meet, and we used to put flags, banners, and everything to make the event attractive. So we started our beginning from there. We were initially foot soldiers of this IADC forum, and today I am chairman. So, but I feel still that I am the foot soldier of IADC. And biggest thanks to my IADC team, who has taken all pains, all efforts, and they have organized this event so effectively and so efficiently. Even I was not here. I was supposed to be here to coordinate and collaborate and organize this event. But in spite of my absence, the event went so well, that even I cannot think that my presence could have made this event so successful. So thank you to you and entire IADC fraternity. Thank you.
What amazing moments, and this just wouldn't have been possible without the organizing team. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we can head for lunch, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Kabir Lulla to invite the organizing team on stage.
So, like OP Singh Saab said, foot soldiers, this is almost like a Broadway production that has been put together in 1 month. And what we like to do is, at a Broadway production when they end, and if you all enjoyed it, please keep the applause going while I call out the names of all the people. There are several subcommittees, so whoever is here, please do step forward. We'd like to get a group photograph as well. So to start with, we have an organizing steering committee led by Mr. V.V. Prasad, who did such a fabulous job. Prasad Saab, please step forward. Mr. Prasun Sinha, Mr. V.N. Rao, Mr. Samir Bhatnagar, and Mr. Sanjay Khullar. May I request all of you all to keep stepping forward? We'd like a picture with all of you all. We then have an event management, program scheduling, program conduct and coordination team. Joel, Shaji, Shaleen Sharma, Nirmal Singh. Nirmal was a rock star, by the way, as in definitely one of the pillars of this event. Jyotishman Bharali, Ronak Agarwal, another pillar. Please step forward. In the registration committee, we have Vivek Bhupati, Sanika Soni, Vikram Jha, and this was headed by Anish, who did a fabulous job. Please come forward. The mementos and gifts and conference kits, we have R.K. Saxena, Anirudh Patnaik in absentia. Unfortunately, we missed him. Mr. John Abraham, Jyotishman was here. Jyotishman, Nirmal and Sanika, part of this team too. For catering and hotel arrangements, Dipti, another rock star at this event, huge pillar of support. As in, she needs a loud, loud applause. Her, Nirmal and Ronak, fabulous job. Ma'am, we'd love to have you forward as well. Please, please do. In the sponsorship, invitation and coordination committee, we have Sanjay Bhatt, Mr. Narendra Jindal, Ramesh Venkatraman, Narayan Ramaswamy, Zubair Khan, another rock star pillar, Gurpreet Sara, Vivek Verma. Technical committee and brochures, Mr. Porcia, Amit Desai, Mr. Saktawat. Mr. Amit Desai also played a very, very important role in putting the papers together, so thank you very much, sir. Manav Kanwar, Chitwan Garg, and Sanyukta. For the gala dinner, cultural night, Mr. Inamdar, please step forward. Shaleen Sharma, Rajiv Khargoria. Please don't take a picture without me. Pramod Pandit. And in the safety committee, IADC is driven to take safety to another level. We have Randeep Gandhi, who's always been very, very supportive of all our events and played a very contributing role towards Doric events. Anwar Momin, Uday Jadon, Sanjay Menon, and Naveen Agarwal. Please put a big, big round of applause for this entire team. And the founder members, please come forward. We'd love to have as many of you all in the front row. Please come forward for a photograph. I'm also missing Shobha. I don't see Shobha. Shobha, you need to be up here. Please put a big round of applause for Shobha as well. She's done a great job. And the MC, Bini Advani, needs a mention too. So, Bini was super. Thank you all. I have just one more announcement. Keeping in track with how they do things internationally, we are going to close this event with some beer and wine. So the bar is open, so please enjoy that also before you leave. Thank you.